Welcome back to Solynod Hex, everyone. Today we're holding session number 466, and today's session is sponsored by our patrons and donors. Thank you very much, patrons and donors, for your generous pledges and donations. We wouldn't have dynamic lighting without you, as well as some key token packs, one of which I just purchased last night. It was like $2.75 or something. For some like modular map pieces that are going to be integral to the next story arc. So probably in about, well, I guess it could be up to a year from now if you guys decide to go into the Fire Temple after Shide High. If you wish to skip it, we could probably go right into the next story arc, which, I don't know, Shide High could take, I don't know, months or a couple of sessions, depending on how you guys want to roll. And then players at this time, if you haven't already done so, go ahead and add 466 points to your player character for showing up on time. Thank you very much for showing up on time. And when last we left the Order of the Superior Star, they were in the forest east of Hang Mai in central Adria, headed east towards the coastal region where Shide High can be found. And none of the characters have been that way before, so there's no guide. The party is essentially exploring, and there are plenty of terrain obstacles and things to avoid, particularly high mountains. Although, if you're feeling adventurous, the high mountains is a great place to get lots of experience points and gems. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Most of the monsters, I'll tell you right now, most of the monsters that live in the mountains carry gems on their person. So there's always that. And we'll go back into world maps. Adria. We're at Adria Central. And I need to make sure that the party token has 30 miles of sight. Now that we have Asher back. Oh, I never turned it down. Okay. It's been 30 miles this whole time. Alright. So there was just an encounter. Oh, that's right. I didn't find the chat log. Okay. Chat archive. $7 p.m. October 3rd. Okay. So there was just an encounter with that Shinengaki. That was the last encounter you guys had in the woods. And you were camping there. So let's see. Actually, that's going to be in encounter maps. Okay, this one. Yeah.
So that Chandrix people might get away with just 2 unfailing endurances. Let's do some math.
Yeah. Okay. Just 1 second, I need to remove the animated grass. So this map was really laggy because I had the entire like grass sheet was animated, which is nice for plains, but in the forest it causes too much lag. So I had to undo that. All right. And I guess what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna delete all the character tokens from the map and then repaste because Chandrak's characters are not here. Yeah. And I'll leave the Shinigaki where it lay. Yeah. All right. And if you could please roll size-based initiative for your player character. And then go ahead and set up a camp, because you guys would have been camping. The last encounter was actually at 12 midnight, so I got the clock wrong. So the characters had already been camping. And the next encounter is going to be at 5 a.m. the next day, which would be well into the third watch. The third watch, according to the daily routine. So, Matthias, we have a handout that everyone has access to called the daily routine. And it's for, traveling and whatnot. And you'll see, all the characters' names on it for what guard shift they're on, because, some of the characters are actually on all 3 guard shifts because of the nap spell. The nap allows you to get 8 hours of sleep in a period of 1 hour. And as you can see, there are 2 nap spells normally. One cast by Varen, and one cast by, looks like, Tinsy.
Yep.
One from 8 to 9 p.m. and the other one from 9 to 10 p.m. And then those characters, most of them are spellcasters. So for the rest of the first watch, normally the warriors in the nap groups guard the spellcasters while they're memorizing, and that maximizes the amount of time that spellcasters get to rememorize their spells. Because at higher levels, it might take 8 or 9 hours to rememorize your spells after a full day of adventuring. If you were to cast, Meteor Swarm and Earthquake and Delayed Blast Fireball 5 or 6 times, you might go through 40 or 50 spell slots. And each spell, in order to memorize it, it takes 10 minutes per spell level. So you can memorize 6 spell levels per hour, essentially. So if you're missing like 60 spell levels, it takes 10 hours to memorize your spells. So you're going to want to be in one of those naps. So just for future reference, if you have a henchman or a follower that's a spellcaster, it's kind of essential to be in one of those naps. And then, of course, warriors and rogues that aren't spellcasters are mostly non-essential to the naps, and either have a normal guard shift and sleep for 8 hours, or they're considered a semi-essential character and participate in the nap and guard the rest of the party for the other 11 hours that the party is camped. So that's just how that works. And then so essentially right, like an hour before the party kind of gets up to pack up their camp is the next encounter. And I'll create that encounter real quick. But Lao Tzu is kind of like leaning up against the tree over here and like getting some shut-eye next to this dead Shinengaki, which by now is just like a little pile of, you know, ashes. I think both Tenzi and Matthias were there last week when you guys had the encounter with the Shinengaki. So Asher, a Shinengaki is essentially like the eastern version of a will-o-wisp. And they're like a lesser spirit. I think they are evil, just like a will-o-wisp is. And they behave very similar to a will-o-wisp. And when they die, they don't really leave anything behind very similar to a will-o-wisp. So I think they are essentially just an eastern will-o-wisp. It's not the same monster sheet, obviously. But, and I think they're worth more experience than will-o-wisp is, so. So 13. I'm gonna roll. So, yeah, go ahead and set everything up for essentially the end of the third watch. I think everyone is awake except for... No, looks like everybody might be awake. Just kind of chilling, waiting for the sun to come up.
You have to put Matthias in one of the guard shifts.
Yeah. Is there room for Matthias in one of the maps so that he can be included among the essential
we're not maxed out by any
warriors?
means.
Yeah, definitely could do in mine or Farron's, whatever.
So that all depends on your tactical choice for who's on guard during first and second nap, essentially. It looks like you've got, during the second nap, Varen is sleeping, Asher, Musashi, Ryer, Shandrak, Brian Druid, Eridrin, and Zalman. They're all sleeping. And then the first nap is Tenzi, Asriel, Jim, Anatar, Gargamon, Karanglor, and Dante are all sleeping.
It would be better maybe if Matthias was on the first nap, because he could then guard during the second one. Because
looks like you're heavy.
Those people.
Yeah, a lot of your heavy hitters are on
memorizing spells.
Right. And let's see. Surprise. There's enemies modifier surprise the party. So you guys actually get a +1 to your surprise roll. And then there's so many of you, you're essentially giving them looks like +2 to their surprise roll. And they're not being particularly sneaky. Okay, so there's no surprise. Our distance. Forest. So to the southeast. Uh, Anatar at 5 in the morning, October the 4th. 1 second. So 5 a.m. October 4, 11, 8, 5, 1. Yeah, so southeast about 17 squares.
Is anyone in the daily routine? I'm cleaning up some stuff.
Oh, wow. Okay. Huh. That's funny. All right. So 17 squares to the southeast. So there's advancing kind of slowly towards the party. You see a Ronin and his fellows. Her fellows. I'm going to turn the sunlight on. So daylight mode. Settings. It is the fall, but I think at 5 o'clock in the morning, the sun should be up. Kind of early fall. And then she has so she looks like this. And she has a fellow with her that looks like this. And obviously Nozita Ninja Jonin and an obvious Wu Jen. And there's no surprise, so they like... Whoa. That's not cool. Let's see. Change. Um, there we go. So they kind of, they see, your party and whatnot, and they spread out cautiously. They're still 17 squares away. As they approach, they spread out, and just kind of cautiously, as pretty much anyone would when they roll up on strangers in the woods, I guess. And then they stop, and what does Anatar do? Anatar and the entire Asher's company.
I'm trying to remember. Nozira are the ones that have been causing problems for us, right?
The Nozira are allegedly the clan that killed the Avatar of the Empress.
Okay. Yeah.
And
so,
they are known to be not evil.
Yeah. So Anatar says, whoa! I'd turn back if I were you, mates.
And the female samurai speaks up and she says,
May we pass by your camp? We are traveling to the northwest for adventure business.
Anatar says, prefer if you be a bit more specific.
Well, it appears you are also adventurous, so we don't want to give away our current mission, for you may become our competition, of course.
Anatar laughs.
It's a bit of a conflict of interest, if you get my meaning.
He shrugs and says, he looks back at is Tenzi on this guard shift?
Sure. Here.
I think Asher's resting. So yeah, he looks over at Tenzi and shrugs his shoulder.
Shakes his head in the negative.
That's gonna be a no. I would turn back the other direction.
let's see. And that is Ronin. It's Antar. Probably.
Reload real quick because I've got some stuff stuck on my page where it probably isn't really.
Oh, wow. Anatar has really high charisma right now, right?
It does. That's what Calamar used to go on all the time. Like, he's so dreamy.
Yeah. I gotta, wow, I gotta check out, because check out is, holy crap, yeah. Jeez. Okay. Yeah. So she, responds like,
Like otherworldly beautiful guys.
It's okay, totally understandable. We'll turn back around and find another way. It's okay. Sorry to bother you. Have a good day. Bye.
and, they like turn around and fuck off the way they came. Because Anatar is like so damn dreamy. Okay. And you guys survived an encounter with a level 15 NPC party. So that's for 15 NPC party. Level 15 NPCs are gonna be worth a lot of XP. So I think you guys were lucky that Asher put Anatar right there. So it's essentially just free XP here. Monster XP values. It's gonna be 5,000. They're probably gonna be worth about 10,000 each. Level 15 characters are no joke. So submit. There are 3 player characters. And then NPCs who earn XP, we got Anatar, Karanglor, Brian Druid, Varen, and Zalmond. And that's it, right?
For me,
You asked how many warriors?
Well, no, we've got
Oh.
NPCs who earn XP is Anatar, Karanglor, Varen, Zalmond, and Brian Druid, and Bombosa. Okay, so 6.
6 for me.
6 just for you?
Yeah.
You've got Anatar, Bombosa, Brian Druid, Karanglor, Varen, and who's the 6th?
Bombosa.
I already said Bombosa though. Anatar, Bombosa, Karanglor, Brian Druid, Varen.
Yep.
And who else?
is Jim here?
Jim.
Here.
Okay, yeah. So that makes a total of 7. And submit. Number of creatures defeated was 0, so there's no hit dice experience. Just a big old bloop of group XP. All right.
That's for the first 5 minutes of the session.
Okay, so back out to... It happens. Sometimes. You don't have to be in combat to earn experience points. You just have to survive the encounter. And that was an encounter averted, essentially. A potential combat encounter averted because of the good planning, I guess, on Asher's part of having Anatar just luckily the closest character to the NPC party when they arrived. Okay. World maps.
So that's 152 times 4.
6152 times 4. Alright, so address central. Come on. And you guys get moving.
As we wrap up for the day, I'm going to.
That's the beginning of the day.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. As before we head out of camp,
Yeah.
I will have Varen cast Unfailing Endurance twice.
All right. Are you recording it in the daily routine? Or
Yep,
the
so I've got the.
yeah.
I have the groups divided out. I just gotta put the day that I cast it. Doing it now. So we'll call it
Special Adventures.
4:48
Brit,
a.m. on
Forest.
October.
October 4. 11.
4:49 a.m.
Fall.
on October 4th. And if you don't mind, I'm just going to leave a third slot there and put that it needs to be cast when Shandak returns. That way I'll remember how many characters I need to hit.
Okay, and then are you guys still headed east?
Yes, I think so. But also before we go, I will have Varen do a Heroes Feast. So that's going to take an hour.
Okay, that will... Essentially, you guys start your march at 7 in the morning. So that pretty much gives you, you know, you can eat into your striking camp time. So, you know, you'll still get your full 10 hours of, or 12 hours, sorry. No, actually, it should be 10 hours of travel time. And then...
Just make sure I'm adding the XP correctly, just to make sure that, so that was 6,152 experience, but that was per NPC, or that was for all 4 of them combined?
So that's 6,152 points for a player character with 1 class, which is, you have 1 class, you're not multi-classed. So you would, in your gained experience line, you should have that ticker of 200 times 0 plus 0, right? And then where it says plus 0, you just overwrite with plus 6152. And then when you're
Oh.
tracking your role-playing experience and all that, you increment that 200 times 0 up by 1 for each role-playing bonus. I think Asher keeps a notepad and just like a tally of role-playing bonuses.
I take screenshots.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
screenshots.
what I do
Okay,
as well.
nice. I can't remember who keeps a tally, but yeah, it's a pretty good way of doing it. If you just like, you can literally double click on that 6152 in chat to highlight it, and then Control C to copy it, and then you open up your character sheet and you put, your cursor in the space and you hit the plus key and then Control V to paste 6152, and you're done until the end of the session. Or the next time you gain experience points, that is. But I will check real quick. And so I'm assuming that you cast that spell on like the mules and the heavy war horses.
That is going to be able to hit everyone who is currently present, including the mounts. It Ruckus, all the mounts, all the people. Everybody's got it. And if you guys look at the tracker and see that I left somebody off, please let me know because I've got 5 more spots.
Very nice.
Yeah, I don't see my mounts.
Oh, okay.
Do we need them in there? And my
Yeah.
mute and my pack horse.
If you wanna, is that gonna be more than 5?
It will be Musashi's not here, so it'll be 3.
Sweet. If you wanna add those yourself, that would be outstanding.
I will do that.
Appreciate you.
And if you guys want me to, I can put you on the landing page so you can more easily access your tokens. Is that what you want?
Good.
I'm okay.
Okay. So I just need to know what the slowest creature is.
My guess would be all the slowest ones would be going at 24.
24. Which is the
Mules and anybody who's on foot.
okay. Did all of the heavy war horses get the benefit of the spell?
Yep, should have.
Did all the medium war horses?
Yep.
And did all the light war horses?
Yes.
And did all the mules?
Yes.
Because there are 1, 2, 3 mules. How about Ruckus? Did he get?
Yeah.
What about Brine Druid?
Yes.
And Shadow, the unicorn?
Yep.
So that just leave. Yeah, that means you guys are going not quite. Let's see. A heavy warhorse is speed 15, yeah? So, yeah, that would be 22, actually.
Okay.
Because Daylight's a heavy warhorse, yeah?
Daylight's medium. My only heavy
Medium?
warhorse is not here. Yeah, I have
And
Daybreak is a heavy warhorse, but he's not here. He's with Musashi.
chest out is heavy. So that's, yeah, 22.
I probably got it
Almost 24.
Okay.
Pretty close. Okay, world maps. The reason is if a creature is mounted, they can't double their movement rate. They can only do 1.5.
Sure.
Because they're carrying a person. So, what is the movement rate of the slowest entity? That is 22. How many miles until the party leaves the current terrain? We'll say 99 for now, because it's kind of like off into the distance, right?
Yeah.
Which terrain is the party currently traveling? Yeah, that's heavy forest. And with your current setup, the party is able to travel 11 miles a day, so that's almost a whole square, which through the current terrain is really good. That is excellent speed. All right, so you're able to get 11 miles through the forest with no encounters today on October the 4th. And then, are you still headed due east?
I think looking around, Asher will ask. Asher will ask Matthias and Tenzi. Hey, it looks like there's less tree cover and fewer obstacles in our path if we go just a little bit south. Do we want to kind of skirt the forest or keep on the current path?
So
Sounds fine to me. I just want to avoid the mountains, that's all.
you can see.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I've got the grid turned on. Grid off.
What do you think, Matthias?
I mean, you know, as a Sylvan Elf, I'd be more comfortable in the forest, but I'm all for what's more efficient, more than that.
True.
So from your current position, you can see the forest ends right here.
Yeah.
And
There
you
are
can
no
see a
obstructions.
little bit of a mountain right there. And then this down here is the closest glacier. Well, to the east anyways. I guess this would probably be the closest glacier. 105 miles away. This one is 150. And this one's 146. You can see this river flows north because you've been to Hang Mai before. The river flows north. And you can see kind of in the map, you can see a juncture in the river where it joins another one and heads off in this direction.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. It's like a T intersection in the river.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it's going that way. All right. So the plan you said is southeast?
Yes, please.
Okay. That's southeast 11 miles. And you get into the next, like, grid square, just kind of skirting the farmland a little bit. And there's no encounters through the night. So, October the 5th. October 5. 1185, spring, fall. What is Brine Druid's ground movement rate? Because there is a storm today.
Pretty sure it's 12.
12, so that would be 24. Yep, so you're still moving at 22. So with your new view, the next morning on the 5th, you can see there's water here. Now you can see 2 mountains. And this is all plains down here from what you can see.
Gotcha.
And open plains are really fast. And you can see the swamp down here, the GI swamp, and that's the water temple that you came from.
Gotcha.
So what's the plan for movement today? Or the
There are no
consensus?
I'm thinking southeast again to get to the plains.
Okay, that is going to change your movement rate. Because once you get to the plains, it is sweet, sweet open grass. Slowest entity is 22. Miles to leave the current terrain is approximately, say 10 miles. In which terrain is the party currently traveling? That would be heavy forest. Which terrain the party will travel to be plains. So for today, while switching terrains, you're able to move 14 miles, which means the last probably hour of your movement is going to be in the plains. So I need to roll plains encounters to see if you run into anything, and I super doubt you will. October 5. Yeah, no. And then, yeah, 14 miles. So at the end of the day, you get out onto the open plains right about there. And now you can see this lake. Where's the ruler? There it is. So over here at the end of October 5th, you can see this lake kind of skirting, maybe skirting the mountains. And you can see a little bit more of the plains, which is going to change today because you're going to zoom through the plains super fast. Stupid fast through the plains. You're actually going to have to probably tell me if you want to change directions. On the day of the 5th, and there's no encounters all through the night. And you're traveling at 22 through the plains now, so you're going to zoom. And we'll
How big is the
say...
dimensional folding portal?
Right.
Is it just big enough for like a person?
Say again?
How wide is one of those dimensional folding portals? Is it just wide enough for like a person?
It is supposed to be... I think it's wide enough for one creature to fit through at a time.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get at. Okay, cool.
Like it's open for a whole round, so you can fit a lot of creatures through it.
I was trying to figure out if I could fit my boat through it. Sounds like a no.
Oh no. There is a psionic ability called Wormhole. I think you might be able to fit a boat
That's
through
neat.
that. Yeah. How many miles until the party leaves current terrain? 99. And which terrain is the party currently traveling? So plains. So on the plains, you're able to travel 44 miles in one day. And that will be October the 6th. So plain. October 6th. 11:85 spring or fall. All right. So another storm strikes out, and are you guys still headed southeast?
At least as far as till we get to the lake, right? And then we want to go east if we can.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. So 44 miles through the plains, kind of to the southeast here.
Oh, okay. Kind of the direction the lake goes.
And you can see the lake and mountains on the other side.
Yeah.
And you got the lake right here, and there's more plains to the south.
Okay.
And on the day of the 6th, there are no encounters. And on into the next morning, nothing happens. The plains are pretty boring. Usually, you move really fast, and there's hardly ever any encounters on the plains. Very, very rarely. You'd have to be on the plains for days and days to run into anything of note. So on the day of the 7th, what direction do you want to go?
If it's a lake, it's gotta have an edge. So I guess I'd vote south. What do you guys think?
Looks like there's mountains here.
I would say we just skirt across the lake. At least we have a fresh water source for, all the animals and us as well, of course. And fishing if anybody does that. There's got to be some sort of a crossing at some point, I would imagine, like a
I would
barge
think
or. Mhm.
So you're gonna need a boat to get across.
What do you mean
Where's
crossing?
You can wait
where's the
at the
boat?
edge of the lake to see if there's a barge that is willing to take
Track,
you.
I think, has a boat.
Say again.
Okay.
Oh, Tenzi was asking who had a magic boat, like one that just like you can like pop up, and I think Shandrak does.
Oh yeah, I think that's like canoe size though, isn't
Okay.
it?
I don't know.
Hmm. I do remember him having some kind of watercraft, magical watercraft.
Depending on the size, because we're talking miles here, so it's hard for me to tell like
Mm-hmm.
how big this is, but Varen absolutely has access to lower water.
Mm-hmm. Each
And
square
oh, there was
is
something
12
else.
miles.
Okay, yeah, there's a lot of moles to do. Yeah, and this one's measured in yards. That's the range. Sorry. Yeah, but this one, yeah, this one's measured by feet, so I don't think that's gonna do us any good.
Yeah, it's a pretty standard, big lake. Like,
Yeah.
it's got like sand beaches, and then the water, gets deeper as you walk out. Probably, 50 feet out, and you're swimming,
Mhm.
and then it drops off abruptly.
Good dimensional fold across. It'd just be risky in terms of aging.
Uh,
Yeah. And then you'd be crossing the lake to get to high mountains too, and most of your mounts are not gonna go into the high mountains,
yeah.
with the exception of like the dragon will go, the wolf will probably go, um,
Mules.
the mules would probably go in the mountains, and that's kind of it. Like horses are way too skittish to go into mountains of any kind, really, because
Yeah.
mountains require climbing. Even the low mountains, unless you're going through a road, like an actual pass where there's a road.
Mhm.
Yeah, if there isn't an actual road going through the mountains, there's climbing involved. So mules, like, you got to have rope and stuff, and you could pull the mules up because they're light enough. Horse, way too fat and heavy.
Sure. Yeah, so if it gets to a place where it makes sense to use, I can have Varen pray for water walk. He has access to that sphere.
Hmm.
But if we're still talking miles and we're just gonna end up in mountains so we can't pass anyway, then it may not make sense right now.
Yeah. Does that spell last for like, 10 hours?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, if we get to like a smaller space, it's one turn plus one turn per level. So yeah, it doesn't make sense to use it over the course of miles.
Yeah,
But if
that's
we get
definitely
somewhere
not
where
an
it makes
overland movement type of spell.
yeah.
So what's the
Uh,
plan for the 8th? Or
we
sorry,
wanna
the
just
7th.
keep-
7th.
We want to just keep going the perimeter of the lake and seeing what we find, guys, or try to build a boat.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
good
would
at that,
say.
but
As far as materials, on the open plain, it's pretty grassy. You might find a berry bush, every quarter mile or something. And that's, I mean, it's open. It's like there's no trees or anything like that to speak of. The closest thing to a tree would probably be a bush on
I
the
think I could grow some
plains.
trees.
Yeah, you might be able to grow trees. Plant growth or something.
Yeah.
Is that you want to try to do that, or like make a raft or something with plant
I think-
growth? Because I think plant
I
growth
think
is
that
permanent.
might be- Yeah. Well, like, yeah. I think right now we just end up in the mountains, which we're trying to avoid. So, I'm pro going south for a bit more. What do you guys think?
Is that the consensus?
Yeah, we gotta get around it eventually, unless if it's like Lake Superior, then it'll take us a year. But hopefully it's not that big.
Okay.
We'll find out soon enough.
All right. So, am I correct in thinking the consensus is to head due south, or do you want to?
I think just skirt the lake is what we want to do,
Okay.
whatever direction.
Yeah.
All right. So, no encounters all day on the 7th. And you kind of skirt the lake for 44 miles and get to right about there. And you can see the lake kind of comes back around this way. And right here is, I think that's light forest. Let me check. Yeah, light forest. So the trees are a little bit more sparse. The terrain cost is not going to be as heavy as it was in the woods to the north. It is still forest, so there is going to be a terrain cost. Just not, it's not going to be terrain cost of like 8 or whatever it was. I can't remember the terrain cost of heavy forest. It's either 6 or 8. I think light forest is about half, like 3-ish, maybe 4. And what that means is like that's miles per mile. So 4 miles cost per mile of whatever it is, if it has a terrain cost of 4. Okay, so October the 7th has passed. No encounters all the way through the night. October 8, 11:85. And you're doing Heroes Feast every day, right?
Correct.
And you're able to feed everyone with Heroes Feast, or no?
No. I'll do Heroes Feast if the mounts are able to get by with vegetation we find.
Yeah,
then
most
that's
of them,
fine.
except for
Yeah.
the war horses. They need
that's
oats
fine.
like
I'm
once a
also
week or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, I also am studying create food and create food and water every day.
Okay.
Since Young's not with us, that should be plenty.
Yeah. Yeah, it should. Okay. So nobody has to, subtract rations or anything like that. And it's a temperate climate, so you guys are finding natural water sources. There's creeks and shit. I'm not going to require a survival check while you're moving through a temperate climate to, find water. I would if you were in a temperate desert. But that's not here. Okay, so for the 8th, what's the movement plan? Are you gonna head into the forest?
Well, you know I love forest.
Let's do it. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit like, will this lake ever end? But
Eh,
I mean,
so
theoretically it has
about
to.
23 miles of plains left. So slowest entity is 22. 23
Just like
miles of
open a
plains.
dimensional portal in the lake and then just drain the lake. No, just kidding.
Yeah, that might take a while.
Yeah, one round probably won't do it.
Yeah, it might take a couple of days.
A fun idea though.
I feel bad for wherever that portal ends up.
Okay, so you are able to travel 33.5 miles today, and 23 miles of that is plains. The other 10 miles is light forest. I got to roll encounters for light forest. That's essentially 2/3 of the day is through the plains, and 1/3 is through the forest. So October the 8th, 11 AE5, spring fall. All right. So, you guys are able to get into the woods there, 33.5 miles. It's kind of skirting the lake, right?
Yeah.
Right about there. And you guys can set up camp. Come on. Counter maps. Temperate. Forest.
And also, this is just amber, but I'm almost certain somebody told us once that there was a passage to the south of the mountains.
Okay. So you find in this light wood a part of the forest that's very pleasant. It's like an old growth part of the forest. Hopefully. There we go. And I will turn the sunlight on. Brightness. And you do have Lao Tzu with you. That's, let's see. Andrea. Oh, no, encounters. Avatar of Lao Tzu. All right, so all around you are these beautiful vines skirting the forest floor. The trees are super thick, like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 feet thick. And there are these big boulders that can be used as cover. And it's like the early fall, and you've found a part of the forest that's warm enough to actually have butterflies still. So there are these butterflies. And go ahead and set up your camp. Your next encounter is actually at exactly 6 p.m. So you would be... Actually, you're traveling. Still traveling. That's not camping time. Um... Uh, oh.
What'd you say the time for the encounter is?
6 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Sashi in his mouth. You said we were still traveling, right?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Oh.
He's tensing. My husband distracted me right when we were getting distractions.
1 second. This, I have a new token for this monster. Um, this monster is always fun. I love this monster. Usually players like it too. Usually. Usually. Okay. Yeah, show us token action. Come on. There we go. All right. And these creatures. They don't have any surprise bonuses, so they're +0 for you, and you are +2 for them.
I don't think our convoy is very stealthy.
Okay, so they managed to get the drop on you, except for the characters who can either have +1 to their reaction adjustment from dexterity, pass alertness check, have a familiar, or are unable to be surprised at all. Like, or have Tenzi has that spell that he casts on himself every day. That makes it so he's either never surprised or only surprised on a 1. And then I think Ashriel is just never surprised.
Right. Great.
How about detect enemy?
That's for your unicorn, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, your unicorn kind of communicates to you that something is up, so you're not surprised either. And let's see, encounter distance. Surprised. All right. So it is technically a surprise round, so I'm gonna turn on stealth music. Find stealth. And anyone who can do any of those things that I mentioned can roll initiative right now for the surprise round.
So we just hear something, we don't see anything.
You detect some kind of creatures burrowing in the ground to the north of you. So they're right here. That's what the dirt kind of does as they're approaching. And there's one here, one here, one here, and one here. Like that. Now maybe this one's a little closer. And you can tell by the, I don't know, the disturbance in the ground, that these are large creatures. Oh. No, these are huge creatures. Yeah, so they're about that big. And that long. So one here. One here. One here. And one over here. Still 4 of them. So they are huge creatures that are about 20 feet long. Yeah. Gotta update their speed. Because huge creatures have a speed of 9. They're pretty slow.
I think you said there was a storm today, so I guess Brian Droid would not be flying.
Let me check. So let's slide back up. Okay, so today is actually light breeze with precipitation. The storm was
Okay, he will be
on the 6th or something like that.
Thank you.
Yep. I haven't used this monster in like 5 years, 6 years, something like that. All right, is anyone still rolling? Remember, during a surprise round, you only get one action, one attack, one spell, one magic item. So there's no multiple attacks, unless you have I guess haste would probably be the only way you get multiple attacks in a surprise round. Okay, nobody's still rolling, so I think I missed one on my initiative here. So just re-roll for all of them. right. Oh, 6 p.m. That's right. October the 8th. 6 p.m. October 8th. 11, 5. All right. First up is Karanglor, because he has dexterity, reaction adjustment +1, right?
And a familiar. Oh, he has a no.
He has familiar. Yeah, familiar. Okay.
So for Karanglor, I honestly for all three of mine, I rolled like things are under the ground. They can't really see them or
Yeah,
don't know
you
how
can
deep they are
wait.
necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so all three of mine are going to wait until they see something to attack.
Okay. So Karanglor, Anatar, and Asher wait. How about Matthias?
I will dismount and move towards the threat.
All right. Go ahead and give me a horsemanship roll.
I don't really need that just to dismount, though, do I?
To dismount and move, you do. Well, dismount and do anything else.
I thought it was only for getting on the horse and immediately moving.
Say again.
I thought the check was only for getting on a horse and immediately moving. I don't think it requires one just for dismounting and moving myself.
It's both.
All right. And then let's see, movement 12. And then once I'm close enough to this moving ground or burrowing or whatever, am I able to like stab or slash at the ground essentially? It's obviously like right beneath the surface.
Yeah. Okay. So you stab it, and it feels like you hit a bunch of sand. Like the whole sword goes into the ground, and you don't hit anything solid. So whatever it is deeper than the length of your sword.
Okay. I guess I'm just holding position then.
It's not. Oh, okay, Asher. Do you see yourself on the tracker just below Matthias?
I don't think so. Let's see. Oh yeah, I'm above Matthias.
You're above Matthias. Do you see Matthias on there with a 7.5?
I see him with an 11.57.
Oh, okay. Do you see yourself with an 8.29?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so I'll delete the other one. There we go. And he does not have the ability to roll under 7.57. And Then is Tenzi on there with an 18.44?
Yeah.
And Asheville with a 14.23?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So next up is one of the creatures. So, this creature burrows right up to Jim and Bombosa there
Okay.
and goes breach. So it pokes its body up out of the ground.
At that time, my waiting characters will want to attack it.
Yes. So when it is breach, it looks like this, and it's bearing its belly. Okay.
Yeah.
What that means is you essentially have, while it's breach, you essentially have front shieldless.
Okay.
Yeah, front shieldless. And yeah, that's about it.
So first, Caranglor will move his horse toward the thing. He wheels it around, and he's gonna end up here. Off that wait sign.
Okay, this will
And-
be flank shieldless.
And he's going to attack it with a sword.
Or excuse me, shielded flank. Shielded flank.
All right.
You get shieldless from the front.
And 6 p.m. is when Hero's Feast wears off, so that won't apply here.
Okay.
But he will get a +1 from Blade Singing.
Okay. Shielded flank, -8 versus AC2 hits. And you cause 7 damage to this
Okay.
Ankeg.
Asher is going to wheel her horse around. And she'll end up here. Straighten it up. And she'll make an attack.
Okay, that's also shielded flank. Looks like you rolled a 1. Can we get a poo in chat? Oh man. Poo poo.
And then Anatar will come and make an attack. Here.
And Matthias, did you also want to?
Oh, you mean like move in and attack the one that came up?
Yeah, because you were kind of waiting.
I'm just gonna stand by for the one that I'm currently engaging.
Ah, okay. So Anatar, shielded flank. That's a natural 20. So you score a crit of 23 damage. So you should see its life bar pretty weakened by that.
And
Alright.
that is all I got.
Okay, and
So the thing didn't take its turn.
that's right. So it is going to try to take a bite out of Bombosa's horse. So that's shieldless flank. Shorter melee, same elevation. No mod. And no mod. Shieldless flank. Crit. Scores a crit. 23 damage to Talamer, and Talamer dies.
That's a dead horse.
That is deader than
Does
dead.
anything bad happen to Bombosa as like the horse dies and falls?
Yeah. So Bombosa needs to roll a riding check. If he has land-based riding
He
horse.
does, and he has tumbling. Can he try to like jump off?
That doesn't apply in this situation. So NPCs and monsters, they usually get a paralyzation check, paralyzation save, sorry, and then player characters have to roll riding. So he takes a D3 of damage, which is not much, /RD3. I will allow a tumbling check to prevent going prone
Sweet.
to keep his feet. It's not a player character, it's an animal, so he doesn't have hovering on death's door. I give hovering on death's door to player characters, henchmen, and followers. Anything that has a character class, essentially, and like levels. Monsters and animals don't get hovering on death's door. Otherwise, I mean, as soon as you kill a dragon, I'd be rolling, you know. Is it gonna come back? So that's only for like actual characters controlled by a player. That has a whatchamacallit class, character class. Alright, the next Onkeg is gonna move up to pull you. Oh, you know what? You know what? Yeah, pull you. And go breach.
Well, you will turn to face.
All right. And it will try to bite pull you.
Them boy.
Shorter melee, same elevation. No mod. Oh, pull you was surprised.
Oh, okay.
So
That's true. I'll turn him back.
so that is, I guess surprise would be, it's +2. Shieldless flank would be +1. Yeah, it'd be surprised AC. 0 versus AC 7 is a hit, and he causes 15 damage to pull you, almost killing him or her, whatever the case may be. Next up is Ashriel.
She'll cast Vengeful Strike on Matthias.
Nice. Okay, so Matthias gets Vengeful Strike motes.
The
Okay, so Matthias, I'm adding a new attribute to your character sheet called Vengeful Strike Motes. How many? 8?
Yes, 8.
Okay. And so now on your token, your red circle is going to be no longer your AC, but your Vengeful Strike motes. And anytime you get, I think it's when you take damage, you should increment your motes down by 1. And then the creature that attacked you will take the same amount of damage that they hit you for. Okay, next Ankeg. So this one is going to, I guess, it is going to burrow underneath you. Wait. Put that to back. And come after Daylight. And it goes breach on your square, Matthias, so you get a free attack.
Yeah, is that attacks of opportunity?
Yes, it's an attack of opportunity. And it is going to be a back attack for you.
And as a single class fighter, I should have 3 attacks of opportunity.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Multi-sided, 2-side, breach. So you can go ahead and make your attack.
Do I roll 3 times then?
No, just once. That's 3 times per round, not 3 times on one creature. Okay, you manage a confirmed crit, causing 19 damage. And if you wish, you can also take your surprise round action and attack again, if you wish. Because I do allow attacks of opportunity during surprise rounds.
Let me think about it, yes.
And this, of course, will be back attack as well, because you're kind of on top of it. One versus AC 4 hits. Yeah, it's AC 4 because it is a back attack. And you cause another 10 damage to the Ankeg. Minus 10, enter.
Yeah.
And then you start sliding off its back. So there's a couple different things you can do. If you want to stay on its back, I'll allow a climb check. Let's see, it's dry conditions right now. You are armored, so it's going to be tough. And then the surface is going to be like abundant handholds because it has like spikes and fucking, chitinous plates and stuff you can grab onto. It's just that you're going to have to ditch either your sword or your shield to grab on. If you don't want to grab on, it's just a dex check to keep your feet as you kind of hop off.
I think I'll just do the dex check and slide, adjacent to it.
Yeah. And you can slide in any direction you wish. You could slide off its face, to the south, off its back to the sides. It's your choice. If you pass your dex check, which you did. So you keep your feet and you can move either, here or here. Maybe one more square back if you wanted to slide down its back.
I think, yeah, I'll just go behind it. I think that would make the most sense.
All right, so you land right there. And then it takes a shot at, I can't see the name for some reason.
Daylight.
Daylight. So that's Daylight's surprised AC. Shorter melee, same elevation. And no mod. Okay, surprise -5 for 13 damage to Daylight. Which does him in. Yep. Unfortunately.
And what does Teddy have to do to fall off? Well, horsemanship check, right?
Yeah, horsemanship.
Oh, don't have it. So I fall.
Yeah, it's just a D3, and if you have tumbling, I'll take that for keeping your feet /RD3.
I have tumbling and perhaps instant stand.
Yeah, yep. Either one of those would work. Adios, Daylight. Poor guy.
Then that also
Poor guy.
burns the spell I was casting too, right?
No. Technically, wait, yeah, because you took damage. That's right. Yep. Anytime you take damage or fail a save, your spell fizzles.
Rogue blade barrier.
Yep. Okay, and then, yeah, Tenzi was casting a spell. It's now fizzled. And the last Onkeg is going to burrow to here and go breach. And this one is actually let's see, Baron. It's gonna try to bite Varen's knees high. That's his mount, knees high. So attack, bite, knees high. Shorter melee, same elevation. No mod. And no mod. Surprised AC. Manages a crit for 26 damage, probably killing me. Yep, killing these high. -26. So knees high drops, and then Varen can roll. Even though he's surprised, he can roll a horsemanship check if he wishes. Why didn't that work? There we go. I'm not sure if Aaron has horsemanship.
hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Varen does not have horsemanship, nor does he have tumbling, so he's just gonna take the damage and be prone.
Be prone. Okay. Slash RD3. 3 damage. And that's the end of the surprise round. Was anyone else waiting? Okay, so now we're in initiative phase, and I'll put on some combat music. Combat Adria. And yeah, initiative phase. And I know there's going to be some characters that need multiple attacks. And we'll get to that as soon as you roll the first initiative.
Would I roll initiative? Like if I'm gonna attack, but Shadow's gonna teleport the fuck out of here, would I roll initiative for both of them?
Yes, yeah. So for Shadow, it'll be base size initiative for him, which is large, and I think you could just roll touch attack initiative because I'm pretty sure I have his base. Oh, he's using teleportation. That's innate spell-like ability, I think.
Yes, is that just considered touch then? Or?
No, there's an actual innate spell-like ability initiative on the drop-down.
Oh, I see it. Okay.
Yeah, all the innate spells have the same initiative modifier. And yeah, I do have his speed and touch attack. Very nice. Alright, and then Matthias, because you use your longsword last round, that means you get a multiple attack. Wait. Yeah, you get a multiple attack this round. So you get a second spot on the turn order tracker. And then what? Karenglor. Does he get 2 slots?
Yeah, Karen Glor gets 2. Is that his?
And Baron gets 3, right?
Yeah.
So I just gave him 2 more. I don't know if you rolled initiative for him. And then Ashriel gets another one, yeah?
Yeah. Kenzie gets 3 more.
3 more? 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
And Lao Tzu is probably going to cast something. Um...
For some reason, I'm not seeing the multiple attacks.
Yeah, I'm not either.
I might have gave him to you before you rolled initiative, so...
I see mine, but that's the only one.
You. Oh, maybe I didn't hit
Oh, there's
control.
Tenzi now.
Okay,
I see
and
Tenzi
then
now. Maybe it's
1 for Ashriel. 1 for Karenglor. 2 more for Baron.
Thank you.
And let's see, Lao Tzu is gonna cast. He's gonna cast, since they're all kind of in a line, he's gonna cast Wall of Fire. Yes. And try to miss Matthias with it. Like, because the one that Matthias is attacking is pretty big, so he's got some leeway. He's probably going to burn down a tree, though. I guess that's acceptable to him. Yeah. So, spells and powers, priest, 5. Or is it 6? Might be 6. Priest version is priest 5. Okay, so I guess I'll cast the wizard version and add like 3 segments. I think that's how it works. So I gotta make a priest version of this spell. Spells and powers, wizard 5. Wall of, maybe it's 4 for wizard. Wall of fire, there it is. 12. No. And 5.62, so that's 8.62. No, I should be 5 segments more, so that should be 10.62. I'm pretty sure. Alright. Is anyone else still rolling?
I'm good.
Alright, here we go. First up is Varen.
He will use a half move to get up from prone. And then turn and face the one right next to him.
Okay. You get front shieldless because it is still breach. Front shieldless. -11 beats AC 4. You cause 15 damage. Go ahead and give me that shield.
Actually, I need to re-roll that. I didn't do High Master. I apologize.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Plus 15.
There we go. Shield.
All right, front shieldless, -1 beats AC 4 for 20 damage instead of 15. And shieldless, or shield. Front shieldless, confirm crit for 10 damage, and it's still alive. -10. Wild fighting, please, or not wild fighting.
Make it natural fighting.
Natural fighting, yeah.
So
So
just
you
roll
still get
1 attack it. No
2,
pluses.
yeah. 2 claws. Front shieldless, -1 beats AC 4 for 2 damage. And front shieldless 0 versus AC 4 hits for 4 damage, total of 6. And as you can see from the green bar, you almost get him. Next up is Matthias. You are right behind it.
Yeah, attack with my sword. and a shield bash as well.
Yep. And then later on, you also get a second sword strike at 103.4. Let's see if you did that. Outstanding. You did that. Okay. All right. That is back attack. You get a crit. That's a confirmed crit for 13 damage. And you kill it. Very nice. Minus 13. And blood goes everywhere. Psst, 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 psst. So you still have all of your movement left and your shield attack. And you still have your multiple attack later as well.
Nice. Do I move right now then, or on my?
Yeah, because you still have shield attack, you can move. And if you have movement left at the end of, or during your multiple attack, you can also take that as well.
Nice. I'm gonna move over to this next one then and shield bash him from the rear.
Back. Gotta recover that body. There it is. Okay. So again, that is shield bash from the back. That's a confirmed crit for 5 damage. You almost get him.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. And from his green bar, you can see he's real low, but he's still alive. Asher.
Asher is using her ring, so she's invisible, not stealth, and I don't think it's hard to tell where she is, but she will take a +4 if she can. Her sword attack.
Yeah, these creatures don't have a spine, so no back attack, but you do get the +4 because they are pretty... I'm sure they're stupid. I'm sure. Yeah, they are super stupid.
Okay.
Not a chance in hell of them ever being able to see or detect invisible creatures. All right, Asher, kind of from the side, so that's shieldless or shielded flank. -9 beats AC2 for 21 damage, killing it. Go and describe how you do so.
She was on the horse, and then all of a sudden, she wasn't. The horse was riderless. And then there's just like a little longsword sized slash right through the thing's like exposed side. And then she's back on there.
Very nice. And Karen Glor.
Seeing that thing is taken care of, is going to steal his horse around to attack the one behind him.
Give me a writing check.
Yeah, I don't think he has that. Okay. Let's see. Double check, because I'm pretty sure he doesn't.
Actually, never mind, because he's not threatened. He can just take off and turn around and come back. Yeah, you don't have to make a check.
Yeah. Okay. +1 for blade singing.
Okay, shielded flank, -4. Beats AC2 for 9. Damage, killing it. Go and describe how you do so.
Yeah, he kind of like takes off a little bit, wheels his horse back, comes back, and uses the momentum to skewer the thing again, right through its side.
Alright, Bombosa.
He doesn't have to worry about getting off his horse because his horse is dead.
Yeah.
He is going to kind of disappear into the horses up here and try to hide behind them.
Okay. Checks. Leave skills. Hide shadows. And as always, hiding ends your turn. Tenzi.
Tenzi is going to use the martial arts talent Spring in lieu of this attack, and he will jump up in the air and land three squares away.
Alright. Ashriel.
Ashrael will fly off of the horse and engage this creature from the side. Oops. Is that the right square to be in? Or do I gotta go one back?
Yeah, that's right square. And it will turn to face.
Okay, how tall is it? Oh, from where it is right now.
Whoops. So it is sticking up out of the ground about 10 feet.
So as I fly over, I'll gain 3 squares of altitude and slice down on its head, hopefully.
Okay. Did you give yourself higher ground for flying?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. From above is just gonna be front AC. So -6 still beats AC2, and you cause 26 damage. And then, is that all the flight you oh, wait, no, you get another attack later, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Lao Tzu is going to cast Wall of Fire. There's only one left. It gets a saving throw versus spell to get out of the way of the Wall of Fire as it's being cast. And he's casting it the other direction, like opposite the party. So you guys are on the safe side of the wall. Saves. Spell. No modifier. And actually, that's only for creatures that are moving. This creature is not moving right now, so it doesn't get a saving throw versus the wall. So a wall of fire pops up. Let's see. Spell enemies. Wall of fire straight. So he makes it appear like so. And it's going to be like that. And like that. And then of course, spellcasters cannot see through wall of fire. And wall of fire. Damage. Sionkeg takes 16 damage. And dies.
Woo woo.
And you can see its carapace kind of burst with steam as its guts kind of spew out the back. And then Lao Tzu quickly dispels the wall of fire. And combat has ended. And I think I redid these guys' experience once. And it came up to 1400. The monster entry says 975. But if you like actually follow the rules for the monster XP, it comes out to 1400. Let's see. So Anatar, Shadows, Almond, Brundridge. There. So, oh, and these are multiple attacks, so those are all done. Gone. Okay. End of round. And first up is Matthias.
All right. Well, I'm not really sure what to do. Everything's dead, so I will actually. I don't know. I guess I'm just holding my action for now.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an intelligence check, Matthias. This has nothing to do with spellcraft, so I'm just going to do an intelligence check. Yep. Nothing useful. Anything else for Matthias and company?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Asher and company.
Yeah, Asher will look around and just see that everyone is more or less unscathed except for a couple of mounts, and she kind of frowns as she sees knees high and and Daylight. I think another one. Oh, Talamer. All basically eviscerated on the ground,
Mm-hmm.
um, and she, you know, she's like, they were brave mounts. This is a tragic that they met their end this way, but they were brave and they did their jobs. And she's kind of sympathetic but pragmatic. And she kind of looks around and says, you know, whenever everyone is ready, we can head back off. And then Jim, looks back at Polyu, who's like basically kneeling on his front legs, like with like his innards just barely still on the inside, and he says, "Give me a minute," and he is going to uh take his mount there. He's going to dismount next to pull you, and that will be the end of his action this time.
Okay. Tenzi.
We'll see that mount wounded will fly down, land next to him, and innately cast a cure light on him.
All right.
And Tenzi's going to look at where these creatures came out to see if there's like a tunnel or anything like that, or if it's all just caved in.
They haven't moved since they went breach. So you'd have to pull their bodies out to be able to see down the tunnel. Zzz.
Yeah, he'll walk up and try dragging this one out here.
Let's see. Give me a. It's not gonna be a regular strength check. Give me They're pretty big, I guess. Let me see. This is Tenzi, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I gotta make sure that his magic doors is separate with a plus. There we go. All right, so go ahead and give me a open magic doors check. Actually, no, just give me a regular open doors check. All right, so you're able to pull this Ankeg.
Guess I would pull him like towards the north.
Okay. Choose side. All right, so you pull him out of his hole towards the north. There's a big old hole right there. Tokens, not everything. Or maps tiles, etc. Yeah, big old hole in the ground. Roger.
And Astral touches pull you and heals him for 1 point.
That's twice what he used to have.
And I think that'll do it for us. Can we, at the end of this round, can we take a break?
Sure. Yeah. And Lao Tzu just kind of walks up to the one that you pulled out and starts looking at its like chitinous carapace. And he says, "Oh, hmm, very interesting. Look how thick this plate is. And it's in the shape of a human upper torso. I wonder if a good armor smith could turn this into a suit of armor." Mm. Alright, and end of round, and we'll take our first break. You want a full 5-minute break or a 3-minute?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
5 or 3?
That would be great. Thank you.
5? Okay. And for our viewers, I got 3 minutes of ads, and we'll come back 2 minutes after the ad timer is up. Here we go, full 5, starting now. Okay, we got about 30 seconds left. Gotta have All right, and we are back. So time now is 6:03 p.m. Everyone's getting tired and hungry. Lao Tzu, or the avatar of Lao Tzu, has just kind of revealed to the party that the carapace of the monsters could be harvested and turned into maybe some kind of armor. And also, there's now a hole in the ground. It looks like it, kind of goes down about 25-ish feet. And you can see there's, in the little bit of daylight left, that there's like almost like a cave type deal down there, like burrowed out area. First up is Matthias.
All right, so I guess are we gonna set up camp then?
Yeah, you are kind of tired and hungry. Did you want to
I
like
guess I'll
start pitching a tent or?
yeah, I'll start kind of not like right next to the battle scene or whatever.
Make them into tents.
I'll start setting up camp over here.
All right. Let's see, miscellaneous tokens, camping objects, tents. I think you have a small tent, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you pull your tent out or whatever and start putting up your rods and whatnot. Asher and Company.
Jim will cast Cure Light Wounds on Pull You.
Whoops.
5. And Asher, in response to what Lao Su says, well, I'm always in the market to upgrade our gear or make a little coin if it's not better than what we have. Mm, Turning monsters into materials is not one of the skills my people are good at. And she looks over at Tenzi and Matthias.
Solomon goes, yeah, if you want to like render it some fat off it and that kind of thing, I can probably take care of it, but I can't make any armor or anything like that.
So to harvest the
Asher,
carapaces, I'll take either animal rendering or hunting, because they both kind of involve, field dressing animals and keeping pelts and whatnot. So that's kind of appropriate.
And so he says, yeah, I can get the scales off, but I can't really make armor per se, but we can maybe sell it to someone who does.
Asher says, I love that idea. And she says, while you're working, we'll start setting up camp. And people will start moving their horses into a defensible area and dismounting. And that'll be my turn.
Okay. All 4 were defeated, and they had 8 hit dice each. Numbers of warriors and bards. You got Matthias, Varen, Paladin, got Anatar, and you got Karanglor. So I count 5 warriors and bards. All right. Next up is Tenzi and Company.
Well, we'll do one more innate cure light on Pilyu, and then he'll go and help start setting up camp. Zalman will head over with
Who you
Ruckus.
says, no, or no, so his mule, he says, Ray.
And Zalman and Ruckus will head over and start harvesting the creature that
No, you
Tenzi
horse.
on the boat.
Yay!
Okay. Each one is going to take either a hunting check or animal rendering.
Right. Over, and he will do an animal rendering. He'll do a horseman check or a wolfsman check to get off of Ruckus.
Oh. Yeah. It's not super necessary to do that out of combat, but...
Okay. And then animal render.
Yeah, animal rendering, yeah. So it'll probably take like 10 minutes or so, about 10 rounds per per Ankeg.
So he figures he can get them done before the first nap.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go, Pilyu.
Ooh. Hey.
Grabs the large tent that we got out of the water temple and sets it up over here. And then Tenzi's going to investigate this hole.
All right. He can see that the hole goes down about 20 feet. and there's a tunnel down there.
Does it seem while it's holding up? Do I see any like grains of dirt or whatever dropping, or does it look pretty solid? I could walk in without too much fear.
You could like jump down or like grab a rope and like climb down.
Yeah, it's 20 feet, so I have to use a rope. So he'll get a rope, his rope out. He'll secure it to I forgot the name of the draft horse. And just lower the rope. That's what he'll do this turn. Astro setting up the tent, and Zalman is rending, so that's it for
All right.
sunrise. Sunrise is the correct.
So you got a rope around Sunrise's neck. It's going down into this hole. And Lao Tzu comes over and looks at the rope, and he's like, "Oh, are we going to climb down there?"
But yeah, I was gonna check it out, see what's down there. You want to come with?
Sounds like a good adventure. And in around, next up is Matthias. So you're pretty good at, pitching tents or whatever, and it only takes you 60 seconds to get that thing up. Like pull, throw the tent over, hammer, stake, and you're done. 60 seconds. You're super fast at it. It's a small tent anyways too. It only has like 8 stakes. And each one takes like one hit. One good hit. The ground here is pretty soft.
All right, I'll just call out. Hey, does anybody else need some assistance setting up camp?
Street calls out, my son. Yes, I could use some help. This is a large tent.
I head over and help set up this tent as well.
So a large tent will house 2 medium creatures. A small tent, 1 medium creature. If you had a pavilion tent, it's like a lot of people. Next up is Asher and company.
Okay. So Jim will do another Cure Light Wounds to heal you, which will hopefully do the job. It does. Her people will work on setting up camp, and Asher herself will venture back over to the tunnel that Tenzi is investigating. She'll stand at the edge of it and look down.
Yep, you see about a 20-foot drop, and it's like a tunnel down there.
I want to go.
You climb down.
Asher's always up for an adventure. So yeah, with Tenzi's idea, she'll let him lead the way, but yeah, she says, I will. You won't see me, but I'll be right behind you. And she's gonna duck behind the body of this monster, and she's going to try to hide in shadows.
All right.
And our people are gonna start setting up the tent, collecting some wood for a fire, that sort of thing.
And next up is Tenzi and Company.
Someone's working on the creature. Ashro, with Matthias's help, is putting up the large tent. Matthias, on this tent is decorated with very fine, like illustrations of celestial events. And Tenzi will try climbing down the rope.
All right.
And I am gonna award Jim XP for those 2 spells, if I may.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I always forget that.
Thank you. No worries.
All right, so you get down the rope. And make sure that Explorer mode is off, daylight is off. GM, darkness, opacity, I wanted about 7. Okay. So you get to the spot underneath the hole. And actually, this is not the one we want. This is it right here. And lighting effects. Whoa, what are those? So you get down about 20 feet down, and there's a little bit of daylight is hitting the floor down here. And it's pretty dim, so your infravision turns on, and you can see light from some kind of glowing looks like mushrooms from here. You can see the the mushroom caps. And then there's a skeleton of some kind of creature with a tail. It looks like it was probably eaten by, the onkegs, because it's got like, a big old hole in the side of its rib cage or whatever. And looks like shit was sucked out. Or like chewed on or something. And off in the distance by the light of one of these mushrooms down here, you can see a little bit of water on the floor. Or on the, yeah, the floor of the tunnel. Or whatever it is. And there's a glint of something right here in front of it. It's hard to see.
So after climbing down, how many squares of movement do I have left?
It was an easy climb and all that, so 20. You still have all your movement except for 4 squares.
Okay, and we're out of combat, so I'll move down.
Yeah, you have twice your normal movement rate, minus 4, which should be what, 20?
Yeah. I guess I'll go get to here and see if I can see what that glint was.
It looks like there's a longsword in a pile of what appears to be like organic matter that's been digested. And there's nothing wrong with this longsword. It looks like a perfectly good, longsword. Kind of covered in what could probably be like bug shit. And just then you can see a glint of something else underneath it. That is, shall we say, oh, come on. Sparkly. Sort of like chrome or steel. Something's really sparkling in the light of this weird mushroom. Now that you're closer, you're able to see it.
Okay, I'll end my turn there.
Okay. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay, so back on the surface. You also have your other characters. Did you want to do anything with them?
Yeah, Zalman's still taking the carapace off, and Asher, I probably still putting up the tent.
Yeah. All right. And Lao Tzu is he's gonna come over and help put up the tent, and with 3 people, it takes 60 seconds to get this puppy up. So end of round. Time now is 6:05 p.m. Everyone's tired, hungry. Matthias, this tent has now been set up successfully.
Alrighty, has the other large one been put up, or is it still being put up?
Looks like Anatar's kind of struggling to do it himself.
Alrighty, I'll go over and help him.
All right, and the forest dims a little bit.
Oh, thanks, mate. If you just take this rope, and I'm gonna do this, and ooh, I really got this all mucked up.
That's right, I'm happy to help. Yeah, just show me what to do, and I'll help you out. I think it's pretty much the same as the other one, though, yeah?
Yeah, I've got it like wrapped in on itself a couple of times. Ooh, it's fully inside out.
That's okay. I'll help you out. And Shadow will kind of come over and hang out with the rest of the nays.
Surviving horses. Asher and Company.
Natar will keep doing the tent with Elias. Jim looks over and sees that Ruckus looks like he's in a state. So he'll call over to Bombosa and ask him to kind of lead pull you to the rest of the horses, and Jim will head toward.
Yeah,
Ruckus.
he was injured when we started. He's been injured since you guys were
Yeah.
in
I don't know how that one
in
slipped
Nervia
by
City.
me, but we're gonna take care of it now. Bombosa will pull you over to the horses. And of course, Jim moved this time, so he won't be able to do anything yet.
And of course, it's been 3 days, so he would have healed 3. No, it's been 5. Plus 2 more.
Asher is going to attempt to Featherfoot. So she will go 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 gets her to the 6. Yeah, 6 will get her to the rope, and then she'll descend. Watching Tensy's back like he always watches hers.
Okay. So you get down into the tunnel. And you're sort of standing in the middle of a daylight circle when you get to the bottom. And your infravision turns on because it's so dim down here. And you've been in the Great Below before, and this looks
I was
a
gonna
lot.
ask if they're mind driver.
Yeah, this looks a lot like one of the worm tunnels. And you can see right over here, just right off the rip, there's already a bioluminescent mushroom. Okay. You can see there's a carcass here. which is super common in the tunnels. And then over here you can see another one that it's got a puddle right near it, which was super common in the tunnels. And then kind of right over here you see a glint of something in the light.
And I don't see Tenzi. She's
No.
going to.
You
She's
hear
gonna listen and see.
you hear footsteps right here.
Okay, cool. So she'll head that direction.
And it's not like footsteps on stones, like footsteps in sand. It's very sandy down here. Like if you've ever been on a construction site where they've excavated, 10, 15 feet, and they've got the loam and like caliche and all those layers. It's like ancient volcanic ash and like weird shit. As you approach, you can see Tenzi. Yeah. Sorry.
And she will maintain her stealth. She already told Tenzi she'd be around, but he wouldn't be able to see her, so she's just kind of security detail right now while he's doing his thing. And that'll be good for me.
Yeah, you can see this kind of dirty looking longsword stuck in what looks like a pile of bug shit. And as you get closer, you can see there's a lot more shiny stuff underneath it in the bug shit. Kind of
Almost gives away her stealth because she sucks in a breath.
Yeah. So there's some silvery looking stuff in there and some deep red to violet crystal material along with the sword and some kind of tube-shaped object. It's kind of protruding out of the bug shit. All right. So back on the surface. The avatar of Lao Tzu is gonna jump on that rope and slide down. And end of round, and next up is Matthias. So after, helping Anatar for a minute, you guys are able to get the tent up. So 2 large tents are up, and Matthias's small tent.
All right. I guess I will gather around the campfire, and yeah, that'll be it for me.
Okay. Oh yeah, I guess it's 4 creatures. Medium creatures can sleep in a large tent. All right. Oh, did I skip over Tenley? Yeah?
My last turn, I climbed down and went over to that pile.
Weird, because I've got Asher before you on the tracker. So crazy. Yeah. Yeah, you should act before the avatar, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll do your turn retroactively right now. Sorry about that.
All right. No worries. Astral will go and gather up the live horses and move them over to nearer the tent, and also get the. After he does that, he'll start getting the bridle and stuff off of the deceased horse.
Animals. Okay.
Yep.
Um.
And Zalman's doing the rending, and then Tenzi will get out his like winter blanket and cover his hand with it and try to get like the sword and whatever else that looks of interest out of the group.
Yeah. Okay. So, as you kind of walk up to the sword and stuff, there we go. You notice that there are some silver coins. 3 deep red to violet stones. And scroll case. And now that you're close enough to actually pick up the sword, it is covered in bug shit, but you can see that it's exquisitely crafted. Looks very similar to, you know, the magic swords in the party. And it looks
Okay.
like...
I need a handout for this.
Okay. We'll do... Order Superior Star, PC Party Upkeep, Treasure Hoards, and add handout. And then we'll call this was it Sioux Forest Onkig Lair. And in all players' journals and edited by Asher. Save changes.
Thank you.
Okay. Now it's Asher's turn.
Okay. Oh. So Asher, it's a little bit closer to where Tenzi is. And she wants to make a listening check to see if she hears anything around. Just kind of like seeing if it's, you know, safe-ish to come out of stealth comparatively.
Yeah. All right. You can hear, other than Tenzi, just the dripping of water.
Okay. She will come out of stealth. So
And
Tenzi, all of a sudden, Asher is basically by your side.
yeah.
And like always, he jumps.
Nice haul.
Yeah, it's kind of didn't know what to expect coming down here, but it's a little messy.
Asher says, I've I've been not here exactly, but I've been in a place like this before. Pretty soon after I joined what was then the circus.
Really?
Hmm. Yeah, one of my first adventures, we went to kill lithids in a temple that was dragged to the great below. It was actually pretty cool. Uh, and she looks and sees presumably um the colored stones.
Yeah.
She picks them up and takes a better look at them.
Okay. They're a deep red that shifts to a violet
She wants to make an
in
appraising
the
roll to
light.
see if they're worth anything.
Yep.
How many are there?
There are 3. And she determines that they are garnets, worth 500 GP each.
Ooh. She hands one to Tenzi and tells him its worth and says, I'll give one to Matthias as well.
That's nice. Oh, before you go, I have a pouch with some gems in it too that Matthias and I um, acquired. Maybe you could take a look at those later.
Absolutely. I'm sorry, what I accidentally deleted it. How many GP were they worth? 300? Well, no, 100. Yeah.
500 each.
500 each, thank you.
Garnet. And actually, I'm gonna rename this handout. Just trip from, Hang My to,
That makes sense. Then we can reuse it as we have other encounters.
yeah.
Matthias, just for your information, I've been treasurer for a number of years, but if you're ever interested, I'm not married to the job.
You mean like keeping track of all of it?
Mm-hmm. I'm not looking to unload it, but if that's something you're interested in, I am open to it.
It sounds tempting. I will keep it in mind.
Okay. Next up is Matthias. I completely skipped over Matthias now.
All good.
Stop on 2 different trackers.
Well, I guess camp is set up. I guess for the most part, I'm just kind of chilling and by the campfire and waiting for the rest of the party to get back. I guess I probably didn't notice them go down the hole. I don't know, but either way, I'll just be kind
Yeah,
of waiting for the rest of them to come back.
you noticed. You would have heard it too. There would have been like a as they slid down the rope and all that. Kind of similar to a zip line.
Ah, all right. Well, yeah. I suppose we don't need everybody going down the hole. I'll stay up and just kind of keep watch around the campfire.
Okay. Now it is Tenzi.
Natural will finish getting the gear off the horses. Zalman's working on the name keg. And Tenzu will grab the bone tube or scroll tube.
Yeah, it is actually, yeah, a scroll case. And it contains A protection from undead scroll.
Nice.
Oh, sorry. Whoops. A protection scroll. Ah! You're supposed to identify it.
From what?
Oh, okay.
Supposed to identify it, and then the wizard's supposed to get 1,500 points for it.
All right. So I'll take that. Asher took the crystals. I have the sword. Is there anything else? Well, you said silver coins. I'm just going to leave those. Anything else catch my eye?
Scroll case, sword, and the 3 gems, and the rest is looks like silver coins. A good sized pile of silver coins.
We have first world problems where we don't worry about silver anymore. Um, so then I'll just grab that and I'll start heading back out.
Okay. And you hear this, and Lao Su kind of hits the ground, and he's like, "Oh, very interesting. Growing mushrooms. Very beneficial for underground travel." And he kind of starts slowly walking through the darkness. Carefully feeling out the ground with his staff into the light radius of this mushroom. And he reaches down, he almost picks it, and then he just kind of like hesitates, pulls his arm back, and then turns around and heads back towards the light. Right, end of round. Time now 6:07 p.m. And next up is Matthias.
I am diligently standing watch next to the campfire.
All right. And then Asher herself.
Asher will turn and follow Tenzi toward the exit.
Okay.
And head back up the rope when she gets there.
All right.
As she passes Lao Su, she will say, yeah, when the circus came to the Great Below, these mushrooms were very useful. We had other forms of light as well, but it's anything you can get to light the darkness is very not only useful, but just makes you feel better. That makes sense.
Totally understandable. Here. Let me hold the rope while you cry.
Thanks. And she'll climb on up.
All right.
I have to do this on the last turn as well, but Jim will do a cure light wounds on Ruckus.
All
Whenever we
right.
get to the other map.
Whoa, what? No. No. Okay. There you go.
Thank you. There's Jim. It's gonna be 3 to Ruckus. That's good for my turn.
All right. Next up is Tenzi himself.
Tenzi will come over to Laozu. Let's see, are you gonna stick around here or are you gonna come up?
Oh, I'll hold the rope while you climb, just to keep it steady.
Oh, that was very nice of you. Thank you. And he kind of puts the sword under his arm and grabs onto the rope and climbs up.
All right. And get back up to the surface. And Lao Tzu comes up behind you. And anything else for Tenzi's company?
So we're good.
Okay. End of round. Time now is 6:08, and it's Matthias. So, you guys want to skip forward through time now? They've got
I am going to mainly yes, but I'm going to have him pray for a different spell tonight.
Uh-huh.
And then before we head out, he's gonna want to cast divination.
Okay. Does that change anything on the daily routine? Like, are you sacrificing another spell that's
No.
on the daily routine? Okay.
Nope. I'd be surprised if it's on the spell list, but let me look. If not, I'll put it on the honeydew list. It is. Awesome. And as he communes with Hira, who is very strong in the divination sphere, so this is his bread and butter. He's going to ask,
Divination. Divination spell is used to garner a useful piece of advice concerning a specific goal, event, or activity that will occur within a 1-week period. When we do well, it continues elsewhere. Let's see. That was priest 4 divination.
Yes. And his experience level is 11.
Okay, so the dice roll failed. And
Okay.
you're supposed to
So-
know.
Yep.
You're supposed to know that
He
it
reaches
failed
out
unless
and
there's
he reaches out and
magic at
feels
work.
nothing, I guess, like doesn't feel that connection to his
Yeah.
divine, and it's kind of, leaves a little heavy-hearted.
All right. And then go ahead and prepare yourselves for third watch. Third watch.
While Jim was doing a divination, can Tenzi have laid out the 2 items for Astral to detect magic on?
Yes. That spell takes a full turn to cast, so yeah. And yeah, you detect magic, like, I don't know, moderate magic from the scroll, and then moderate magic from the sword. Moderate enchantment.
Yep.
Okay. Was there anything Matthias wanted to do during that time, or
Oh
just
no, I'm
just
good.
waiting?
I'm
All right.
just chilling at the campfire.
All right. So go ahead and set yourselves up for third watch, and we'll have our next encounter. Da-da-da-da.
I forgot to ask Matthias. Um, when I look at your character, what race do they look like?
Sylvan Elf.
Okay, cool. Have
Okay.
some eyesight aids for characters who don't have infravision, but you should be fine.
Oh yeah. Okay. So distance. I'm gonna say there's no surprise. Forest. All right. So at about 3 in the morning, Ashriel, you hear a crackle in the leaves to the northeast, just around the corner from your position. And let's see. What does Ashriel do?
It's 5 foot step to get a better view of what's over there.
All right. You see a young man kind of strike a flint and steel, and he's like kneeling down and he's blowing on something, and you see a puff of smoke and then a spark and a light, and he sets this campfire alight right in front of him. So miscellaneous tokens, light sources, campfire right here. And as you step around the corner, he looks up. And he kind of has like a little startled look on his face, like his eyes go wide and his jaw drops.
Stare intently at him and see if he is evil.
So you don't feel any evil coming from him. He looks like he's about in his mid-20s. He's an Adrian man, dressed in commoner's clothing. So, like, not hakama and stuff like that. It's just like some leather boots and some like saggy kind of trousers. And it's kind of cold right now because it's 3 in the morning. So he's got this like fur overcoat on. And he's wearing a fur cap. Looks like it's made out of the same type of fur. Probably wolf fur. And he sits down and crosses his legs, and he's just kind of looking over the top of the fire at you. And then players at this time, if you could roll base size initiative, please. So time now is 3 a.m. October 9/11 AE 5. All right. First up is Matthias. So now, Matthias, you can hear the crackling of a second campfire. Well, actually, I think first you would hear the strike of flint and steel off to the
Am I
north.
awake on this watch or am I asleep?
They gave you a spot in the, I think, first nap spell, so you'd be wide awake at this time.
Oh, okay. I will go to investigate the sound. Comes up and asks, what is that sound? Do you see or hear anything over there?
My son, there is a person over there who started a campfire. He is sitting by it now.
Does he look hostile or did he say anything?
No.
I suppose suppose I'll just stand by here with you and observe, see if he does anything.
Looks like he's doing the same. He's observing you guys.
I'll just continue to curiously but cautiously wait for now.
All right. Tenzi and Company.
Sure, we'll speak out in a loud voice so that most of the other people can hear him and say, "My son, it is dangerous to travel in the forest by yourself. How did you come here?" To the person by the fire.
He says, I was always here. Yes, always here.
Hearing the voice, Zaman and Ruckus will come out of the tent. Oops. And Zaman and gonna mount Ruckus. And that'll be it for us.
Okay. Asher and Company.
So Asher and Bombosa are kind of off duty but awake. So the firelight against the tent where they're in can kind of reveal their silhouettes, and you can see that they're doing what the characters don't understand, but what you might understand is like tree pose. So they're like doing yoga. Burn up. And then seeing that Matthias heads over to where Ashriel is, Jim will turn and head that direction as well. And says, doesn't look frightening, but best to be on alert, I guess. And he is going to, I don't think he took more than half its movement. So he'll innately cast Detect Lie
Okay.
on the guy, which can be done at range.
Okay. And from what I recall, there's a saving throw versus spell.
I believe so. Yes, full text.
Yeah, saving throw negates.
I'll call out to the man. What brings you to the forest?
You can feel that your spell didn't work. And he gets a disappointed.
Still ask that. He just knows.
He gets a disappointed look on his face.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's twice in a row that he's like reached out for his divine powers and like not found anything. So that's demoralizing.
Yeah. What was the question that you asked him?
Yes, what brings you to the forest?
This is my home. I live here. What brings you to my forest?
I'm remembering that we've like come across a couple of nature spirits, which this guy may or may not be. As we're passing through on our way east. uh, he kind of like looks at the guy to see if he resembles the nature spirits at all, but they were kids.
Yeah, they were children.
And
This
says,
is an adult.
yeah, okay. And he says,
I mean,
we're
same
trying to find,
race, but
sure.
yeah.
We're trying to find a way east, around the lake. Any advice?
Oh, the rake.
Like,
Mm, if you want to go around the rake, I would. Uh, I would go around the north side because if you go around the south side, then you will inevitably pass through the Shimamomi Flats. It is desert terrain. Unless you unless you bring a lot of water. Can you
Jim
create
nods.
water magically? You look like adventurer.
Jim stops and like cocks his head to think and says, yeah, I don't think that's gonna be a problem. So if we can create water, then that way is passable, probably. Is it? I guess that's too many questions. So he says, yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
Then I would continue through Shimamomi Flat.
He nods and says,
Are you going to the
"And
fire
since we,
temple?
Jim like has a moment where he looks a little startled that the guy like knows of the fire, or like has mentioned a place where that's kind of like on our to-do list. It says um that's not our immediate destination, but it is somewhere that we're interested in.
Oh. Well, beyond the Shimamomi Flat is Hitachikusa Prairie. You will find the other side of the prairie is the sea.
Oh. Yeah, we're trying to head east toward the new capital.
Capital of what?
Sorry, where the shogun is, where he set up his seat of power.
What is a shogun?
Jim pauses for a second and says, you really have been in these woods a while. It's so there's a military power at play in Adria, and we're trying to kind of look into that, making sure everything's on the up and up. Everyone's doing what they're supposed to be doing.
I
But if
know
you don't know
nothing. I know nothing of this matter.
he shrugs and says, yeah, sometimes and he kind of looks at like a forest and says, I can see how, news might travel more slowly here. That seems like it's good for my turn.
Okay, the avatar of Lao Tzu. He hears the conversation, and he stands up and pushes himself up with that staff he always carries. We'll say he was sitting by the fire. I forgot to move him over there. And he starts walking over here. And he reaches you guys. Let's see, that's 22 squares. Yep, that's about it. And he says, "Oh, what have we?" Oh, these. Oh, God. It's so hard to switch between accents right now. I don't know why. He says, what have we here? And end of round. Next up is Matthias.
All right. Matthias kind of comes around the corner a little bit more, so you can talk as well, a little bit more directly, and says, while we're at it, do you need any uh, food, water, or aid, or any assistance?"
The man answers and says, I want for nothing that the forest cannot provide. Thank you for your offer.
And just as like a player to player question, where I forgot, where exactly are we trying to head? Is it a specific like temple or location, or where were we headed again?
So, so
Shidehai.
she
And all we know is that it's somewhere east of here, right? Or do we know specifically where it is?
The players know that it's on the coast because it's a port town. And that it's, somewhere almost due east of uh, Hang Mai. Radio check?
Okay.
Or mic check? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to think. So yeah, if we head south and then east through the desert, but stick to like the coast of the lake, and then through the plains, and then we reach the sea, then we can eventually find our way to the coastal town. Or we head back north and go through the mountains, but then we won't have most of our mounts. So I guess in my opinion, it'd probably be best to go south still. So sorry, I'm just speaking out loud here, trying to think of what to do and say. So yeah, I guess I just kind of offer the aid and then just kind of look at the rest of the party to kind of like indicate like, what should we do?
Jim nods and says, with the skills available and the divine assistance available to our group, I don't think the desert will be a great hindrance to us. We've crossed deserts before.
All right, sounds good to me. Well, this guy seems harmless and helpful at the same time. I guess I'll just stand by for a moment before we maybe go back to our camp and head off. And that'll be the end of my turn.
Okay. Tenzi and Company.
Astro will take a 5-foot step behind the tree and will cast True Seeing. Wait, he doesn't have it. That's right. Tenzi has it. Never mind. He will. I guess he'll just observe the man, make sure that it doesn't do anything threatening, and continue his watch.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what the rest of us will do as well.
Asher and Company.
Yeah, I think like Ashriel, Jim's just gonna kind of stay there, keep an eye on the guy, which is probably gonna keep him up at night since everybody's like staring at him for the entire watch. But yeah, so long as nothing changes, we'll just leave him be.
Okay. And the avatar of Lao Tzu just kind of nods. And, yeah, I'm totally tongue-tied with him right now. um, and he comes back over to the fire. And I grab someone's necklace. It's like a bunch of necklaces over here. Okay. And he just kind of sits down by the fire. Okay, end of round. Does anybody else want to interact with him?
I think I'm good for now.
Okay. So... One. Lesser nature spirit. 1,400 points. 3-player characters. There were 7 NPCs. I think there were... oh yeah, you didn't defeat him, so it doesn't matter. Okay. And he just kind of sits there by the fire, just kind of poking at it for the rest of the night. And it's now the day of the 9th. So now there's, there's some desert ahead of you. Maps. Adria, Central. No more encounters for the rest of the night. And you're moving through Light Forest at a rate of 22. Are you guys gonna skirt the lake like the original plan?
Yeah. We're in the desert. Did our horses, were they able to navigate the sand in the desert?
What desert? You haven't been there yet.
No, we were in a desert once before when we went to Tintabula. Did we have horses then, or did we have camels?
You had camels then, but you did pass through a temperate desert before that, and were able to bring your horses. It's
Okay.
We did have to
tropical.
leave the mules.
Huh?
I think we did have to leave the mules.
At the tropical desert, yeah, you did. Temperate desert is fine for horses. You just have to, you know, create food and water for like the war horses. They need oats once a week, obviously, and then there's no water to be found in the desert, so you're basically watering your horses purely with your create food and waters. So you might want to increase the volume on that,
Yeah,
or
I'm doing that
plan
right now.
plan to do so. Yeah, and
Right.
large creatures take 3 servings of water a day.
That was what my next question was.
Yeah. I think the spell description. If you roll the spell, I'm pretty sure we have a spell template for create food and water.
Roll that now. That would be fun.
So it's movement rate 22. And light forest. So the 2 types of desert are desert rocky and desert sandy. And sandy deserts are, you know, pretty much like in a tropical climate. There are sandy deserts in temperate zones, but they're really rare. It's mostly rocky desert, like, you know, most of Arizona. What's that desert in California that's got
Mojave?
the Mojave? Parts of it, from what I understand, are sand, and parts of Nevada are sandy desert. It's really rare in a temperate zone to have sandy desert, but it happens sometimes. Usually it's rocky. So sandy desert, I think, slows you down more than rocky desert. I'm pretty sure in D&D. If the lake is fresh water, the animals can drink out of that as we go, right? If you boil the water, yeah. So you have to find containers to boil it. Otherwise, they'll get sick. And I don't think iodine pills are part of anyone's kit right now. If you had some kind of source of iodine, you could totally do that without. I think someone has a jug of endless something.
I was just Googling whether chlorine can purify water.
Yeah, you're probably not going to want chlorine.
Yeah.
I mean, you could use chlorine. It's just very small
Definitely
trace
iodine
amounts.
does not come out of it.
Yeah. Does chlorine come out of it?
Yeah.
What's it called? A jug of
Alchemy jug.
alchemy jug. Okay. Yeah, if If it's chlorine, yeah, you can use that. Lake water, like you just shoot, some chlorine into the lake and kind of mix it up with your hands, and then have the horses drink it, and that'll be fine.
Yeah,
That
it looks like you want
is-
like eight drops per gallon.
Yeah, so it's really. You can totally do it though. You can get away with it. You get away with it.
Also, just the alchemy jug. Like, you could just make water with the alchemy jug.
Oh right, yeah. How much per day? Is it like ad nauseum?
No, that's a lot. Well,
We'll say about 3 gallons per horse and 1 gallon per person. Is it like 30, 40 gallons at a time, or? Because if it's that much, you just don't have to worry about water ever again. Because
okay, I
that,
just found it.
I don't think the alchemy jug takes charges, does it?
For fresh, no, but I can only do so many pourings a day. So for fresh water, we can do 8 gallons per pouring, and I can do 7 pourings a day. So 7 times 8, 56 gallons a day.
Yeah, that's more than enough for this whole party. So
Sweet.
you don't have to worry about watering your horses in the desert. You can just take them right through this. 'Cause it's a temperate zone. All right. And we've got counters. Counters, special adventures, temperate. October 9. 1185. Spitfall. All right, the weather changes to storm again. And you're able to move 22 miles through the light forest, skirting the lake. 13. 21.6. Right about there. And you reach an appropriate camp spot. So you're headed south now. I know there's a bunch of these. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I'm going to put you guys onto the landing page because we need to get rid of the dead mounts, rearrange the party for how you want to travel, and then figure out what our speed is again, because there were some mounts that are dead now.
Well, all of the characters also have unfailing endurance on them, so I don't think that'll make us any slower.
Yeah, as long as you're not encumbered. I think, was it Jim might be encumbered? No.
No, nobody should be encumbered.
Yeah. And then Musashi and his horse aren't even here. And Is there anyone in Asher's group that's not here? So if there's two people riding the same horse, that horse might be encumbered.
I don't mean for there to be. Which one is it?
Darren and Jim on the same horse?
No, I just put them in the wrong square.
Okay. I'm gonna move Shandrak's party over. Whoops. Oh, looks like Pulley's still hurt. Okay.
Looks full to me.
Oh, it's 16 out of 16. Okay. Alright. So you are headed through the forest. Yeah, your movement rate is still 22, I think.
I guess I'll let everybody.
Because there's still a medium warhorse that survived, yeah?
Probably.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, heavy warhorse that survived. At least one person has
Think
a
so.
heavy warhorse, yeah? Okay. So you guys find a nice place to camp by the edge of the lake. You know what? I never did make a beach. So I'll just put you in the forest here. You guys wouldn't camp on the beach anyways, would you?
Mm.
I mean, that's where the margaritas are at, right?
Break, break!
All right. So all right, there's a storm. So I need to change music to stormy. Cacao cow.
I guess I didn't ask. Are we setting up for camp or not? Because I already was.
Yeah, because your encounter occurs at uh 10 p.m., which is during the first watch, and it's well after the end of the second nap. So I think that means everybody is awake, but you would have, set up uh, places to sleep for the nap because it's like what 7 or 8 people per nap,
Like that, yeah.
and they all have to be kind of together for that to happen. So you probably have like 2 large tents set up right next to each other. So you can have, a sleep orgy, basically.
That's what we call it too.
Yeah.
Everybody get ready for the sleep orgy.
Um,
Some characters have been begging us to change the name.
sleep orgy. Okay. All right. Okay, there's no surprise. Okay, so 10 p.m. and no surprise. All right, is everyone placed?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Bombosa. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
So while keeping vigilant guard, despite the sounds of the storm, you hear some creatures approaching from the north.
Pipe down. I hear something.
And they reach the edge of your light, and you can see that they are arachnid in nature.
There are spiders. We have spiders incoming.
Shh, buddy, daughter. uh, and then players at this time go ahead and roll base size initiative, unless you just want to attack. Like, what does Bombosa do?
I don't think Mimosa has any reason to believe the spiders can be reasoned with. So, uh, he says, spiders, get ready for spiders. But Brian Druid speaks all animal languages. And he's pretty close. Let me see if he's more than 90 feet. Yeah, just barely. So Brian Druid will turn, and that's within his infravision. Oh, he's within the light anyway. So Brian Druid will turn to them, and he will say in their language, "Turn back. This is a mighty group, and you shall fall before us."
And one of them responds in the common tongue.
Oh,
No. Wait. No. No. We have information that you may find beneficial.
it's the voice that's hard to understand. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me? Do you
Yes.
understand?
I understand. I also understand. I did not know they spoke this tongue.
Another one pipes up and says,
You understand?
wait, no, that's terrible. Nope, not that one. It's gonna have to be this one. Yes.
Yes. We have information that may benefit you. You may find it useful.
Bombosa says, they say they bring information. Well, you, can only speak for me, but I shall welcome information that may assist us on the road.
But first things first. We're hungry. We require sustenance. Please, give us one of your juicy horses.
I will not consent to this.
We
Must
will make
make
it
a
worth
more-
your while.
You must make a more appealing offer. Perhaps we might give you some magically created food, manna from the heavens. Perhaps you may eat the dead that fall before our swords. It shall be perhaps not too long before something of that sort happens, but the horses know.
You have dead things for us to suck on.
Not yet, but they have a habit of falling in our wake.
Go ahead and, if you could, roll, please, medium base size.
Or Asher for Bambosa.
For the player characters, all three player characters. Yeah, I don't need to sort. All right. So first up is Matthias. You can hear Brian Jared and Bombosa speaking with some kind of creepy creatures. I should turn daylight completely off here because it's so late at night. Okay. But you can hear probably just barely some creatures up this way. Yeah, you'd be able to hear them better as you approach. And they're saying,
Feed us. Feed us, please. Give us something juicy. We'll make it worth your while.
I couldn't quite make out what you actually said due to the
oh, he
noise
said,
sound, but I'm
yeah.
assuming they're hungry for horses.
Yeah, he said, give us something juicy to suck on, and we'll make it worth your while.
Yeah, Matthias kind of positions himself between these arachnids and kind of the rest of the party and the horses, and pulls out his sword, but doesn't like go up to attack or anything like that. Just kind of like readying for any potential threats, and just calls out, "There will be no such negotiations with you in regards to any of our livestock."
What's Shadow's radius of sensing enemies?
I think it's like 200 yards. I can check.
Mm-hmm.
240 yards.
Yeah, he's psychically speaking to you, saying like, please don't treat with them. They're creepy. I don't like them. Please, stay away. Kill them with fire. Please. Anything else for Matthias?
No, he just readies his sword and shield in anticipation of a negative reaction.
Yeah. Tenzi. Handcuff.
Tenzi hears the commotion outside, and he will get up out of the tent. Oops, he's in the tent now. Come see what all the commotion's about. Come by Matthias. Says, so what's going on here?
It looks like these spiders are hungry, and the only thing they want to barter with is our livestock.
Please feed us. We are hungry for juicy things.
Astro will fly up 1 square, 2 squares, and stop by Bombosa and detect evil in the direction of the spider type things.
Yeah, he can see a slight aura of evil around them.
Then he will pull out his Nodachi and say, die.
Very, very slight, however, they are just barely evil.
Yeah, so he'll have his Nodachi out and start flying towards them unless you want to roll initiative first.
Who, me?
Yeah, so he's going to, Astro will pull out the Nodachi and go towards them. Do you want to roll initiative?
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
Everybody or just Ashru?
Yeah, everybody. Combat. Do, 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 do. Wait. Combat. Andrea.
And it's 10 p.m., so some people are still, it's the last minute of the nap for them.
Oh.
Okay. Well, it is technically, yeah, okay, yeah, 10. Yep.
Let me double check so who's in the map.
Well, no, because this round would be 10:01. They would be awake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh man, I feel so refreshed. What the fuck is happening?
Um, let's see. Notes. 17. Yeah, 9 and 10. So 1 minute later, they would be at least on their feet. unless they're memorizing spells, which there were some characters who cast slotted spells, yeah?
Just Jim for me, but yeah. Oh no, one for Anatar, but yeah.
Oh.
Multiple attack for Astral.
Okay. And does anyone else need multiple attacks? I totally used the wrong model for these guys. Switch.
I know we've used Wall of Fire before, but I'm not seeing it in the Priest 5 spells. Am I blind?
You only had the magic user one, he said.
Could you repeat that, Tinsy? I'm sorry.
Well, he said he had the magic user version done, not the.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
The hell?
I'll use that one then. Oh, hello.
Big green butts. All right. Is anyone still rolling? All right, here we go. Karen Glor.
Karen Glor rolled for base size, so he's going to jog. Actually, I'm gonna have him wait. I'm gonna put him back because looks like some of his friends are casting. He can look around and see that there's some mage work about, so he'll wait until that's all taken care of.
Okay.
Yeah, so Karen Glor's waiting.
Anatar.
Antar says, I was gonna study, but only use one spell, and don't mind using another. And he is going to cast Fireball.
Right. Here is your wizard. 3. Here's your spell AoE.
Yeah, I got 10 yards plus 10 yards per level, so that's so many feet. Yeah, should be fine.
And
The end
these things.
perfect.
Let's see what attack. 12.62.
I see the big ones now. I don't see the little ones anymore. Are they all big now?
Yeah.
I think that'll get the half squares on 2 of them. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. And scroll up to that template. There it is. On the caster. Copy that.
Matthias, is because you rolled initiative for your shield bash. 15.67. Probably overwrote if you did roll initiative for your sword before that. Yeah, you did. 12.62, and then you overrode it with a shield bash.
I
15.67.
don't roll them separately.
Nope. They go at the same time because they're not multiple attacks.
No, because they have different speeds. I thought they'd be different rolls.
Nope. They both go on whichever one you roll initiative for.
Would I just change it to 12.62 then?
Yep.
Got it. Thanks for the clarification.
Okay. And then These are supposed to be... Wow. Okay, so you're able to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the 6. Okay. I'm just going to roll a group save for 5 spiders. Save, spell. No modifier. Alright, they all take 30 damage and die. So that's X. 1, 2, 3, 4. Copy. 1. 2, 3, 4. And 1 giant spider just witnessed his entire family go up in smoke and is going to roll morale. Giant spider's morale. Oh, great. Sweet. It's actually on there. Uh, this spider curls up
Mhm.
into a ball and plays dead. It's obviously alive, but it like rolls over onto its back and it sticks its legs up in the air. The avatar of Lao Tzu, he's like, oh, that went faster than I thought. Looks like we're done here. And I don't see him actually, so I'm gonna put a new token down.
Do see him.
You do?
Want me to delete him?
Where is he at?
Here.
Lao Tzu or the spider?
I'm sorry. I thought you meant the spider. Yeah, sorry. No, I don't see Lao Tzu.
Okay. Counters. Let's see. So he's just kind of sitting over here by the fire. And yeah, that's that. Let's see, Brian, Jared, Asheville. So combat is over. Matthias, do you want to put him out of his misery? That spider?
Most definitely.
Okay. So it's basically free kill. It's a what you call it? Coup de grace. And you're able to just kill him. All right. So that was six goblin spiders, 3 player characters. It was 7 NPCs who are in XP. All 6 were encountered. 3. Six. 5 warriors and bards of the party. Combat finisher. Get over here. Mortal Kombat. Okay. Next up is Asher and Company.
So Anatar turns around, throws a fireball, turns back to the fire, and says, "Now I'll study." And he pulls out a book. And, like, sits
Too late.
crisscross applesauce next to the fire.
Yeah. Too late. He shot a fireball.
Oh, well, alright. Okay, so, yeah, I mean, they're spiders, so... Brown Druid will turn back to his post. Asher, like, looks over her shoulder, like, barely in time to catch the action.
Mm-hmm.
And then shrugs and looks back out toward her post. Yeah, they're just kind of like returning to what they were doing.
All right. Tenzi and Company.
Yeah, same thing. We're just going back to where we were. Except for Zalman's awake now, but he's staying in a tent. Ruckus curls up in front of the tent entrance. And Tenzi will come over by the fire. And that'll be it.
Okay. End of round. And yeah. First up is Matthias.
I just I don't like genuinely suspect they would have anything, but he does just kind of walk by all the spiders to see if they would have had anything of value, and if not, then I just make my way back to the campfire.
You don't see anything of value on them. But you do see up in one of the nearby trees, there is what appears to be like a cone-shaped house made of webbing. um, these goblin spiders have plump abdomens, 8 spindly legs, and 2 curving mandibles capable of grasping and crushing their victims. Long fur, dark green, laced with golden stripes. It has a dozen eyes arranged in 4 rows of 3, resembling those of a human. And the eyeballs are golden. And the pupils are white.
I will inspect the cocoon or whatever that thing in the tree is.
It's in this tree right here. It looks like it's by the flashes of like lightning, you can see it looks like it's about 50 feet up. So it would take a good 5 climb checks to get up there. And conditions are wet right now. And you're also wearing armor.
Yeah, I didn't know it was that high. I thought maybe it was just hanging from like a low branch or something. All right, in that case, if the party's too far to yell out to them, I'll blow my signal whistle to get the attention of the party.
All right. Asher and company, you hear a signal whistle.
Asher hears a signal whistle and sprints that direction.
Okay.
What is it?
So you hear the signal whistle coming from up here.
Oh, okay. Yay. 10 more squares.
So you can see Matthias is looking up this tree.
And she like stops next to him, grabs him by the shoulders, and like looks him over for damage. What is it? Okay?
Yeah, everything's okay. For me at least. Appears to be a cocoon or something maybe that these spiders have trapped up there. I don't know if it's a person or some belongings or leftover of a person. I don't know, but it's quite a climb for me. I was looking to see if maybe we could get up there by other means.
Asher like pauses to catch her breath and like leans on you a little too heavily. And says, "Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, no, yeah, we can definitely do that. I'm great at climbing. We have some people who are good at flying. Yeah, we got this." But she's used most of her movement. So
Yeah.
yeah, she'll just kind of like go next to the tree and say, "Yeah, we'll get right on this," and just get ready to give it a shot.
Okay. Tinsy and company.
Hearing the signal whistle, Tenzi will jog over. Actually, he was sitting, so we have to take a half minute to get up, and then and he'll stop there and look. He'll look around. He doesn't see any enemies, so he just stops there and calls out, "Oh, do you need something, Matthias?"
You can see them both looking up this tree.
From my vantage point, can I see this cocoon strike?
Yeah, so there's like a lightning strike. and it reveals a large, like cone-shaped, spidery, nesty thing made of spider webs.
All right. That'll be it for 10.
End of round. First up is Matthias.
Yeah, so Matthias just turns back to Tenzi and says, "Yeah, there's well, he sees you looking at it as well, but says, yeah, there's something that these spiders have apparently trapped or kept up there. I'm just looking for ways for us to safely get it down or inspect it one way or another."
You got Asher there. She's the gal for the job.
Asher has never looked more satisfied. She's basically the biggest smile.
All right, well, I guess I'll stay on the ground, and if you need anything from me, let me know.
And Asher.
Yeah, she's gonna try to climb this tree.
Okay. So outside of combat, your movement rate is 24 squares, which is 120 feet. Climbing is cuts your movement in half. There's essentially 100 feet to climb in 50
Yeah.
feet. So you'll have a little bit of movement rate left.
Okay.
If you make it all the way to the top. Or not all the way to the top, but all the way to the nest. Excuse me.
Good, yeah.
So categories are abundant handholds, brush or trees or ledges. Leather and none because you wear magical leather armor.
Mhm.
And conditions are slightly slippery, wet or crumbling. And no miscellaneous modifier for any tools. And you make it up the first 10 feet. And oh man. Okay, you make it up 10 feet and then you lose your grip and fall. So you rolled a
Can
90.
I try to use...
You rolled a
roll a 90 what?
98. Rolled a 98.
Okay.
You can try to use tumbling.
Yes, please.
Yeah. To avoid damage.
And if I can, I'll try and catch her if that fails.
And if I can, I'm going, since I had a tumbling success, Asher will, like, as she's pirouetting in the air, see that Matthias has his hands out and try to, like, angle her descent so that she lands in his arms so that he feels like he caught her.
Everything all right?
Oh, my hero. She says, more slippery than I thought. Well, that was embarrassing. And she like, you know, stands up and like brushes herself off and says, "I swear that never happens."
I'll take your word on
Uh,
that.
we could just have somebody fly up there, I guess.
It
Could you
wasn't.
try the
look
other
like-
side of the tree?
What was that, Tenzi?
Could you try the other side of the tree? And I can give you, I can borrow you some climbing claws.
Yeah, let's give it a shot. So yeah, she'll go to the other side of the tree and take Tenzi's climbing claws. And she won't be able to do it. Well, no, will she? I guess she's only taken like 20 movement, 2 more squares. Yeah, like 30 movement altogether, so with you, she'll try again.
Oh, like in the next round.
Yeah, if that's appropriate.
Tenzi and Company.
Pansy just gives Asher the Nakota climbing claws, and that'll be it for us.
All right, so Tenzi hands you these two like oval shaped rings. They're like band iron that have been curved into an oval shape. And on one side they have curved spikes sticking out. And they're attached to a wrist brace by leather straps.
Looks at Tenzi and says, "I used to have a set of these. I just never used them because, well, I frankly was a little weighed down by all of the tools of the trade. These days, I'm feeling much more buoyant." And she kind of points at the girdle. um,
Oh, you can keep them if you want.
oh no, I'll get my own. Don't worry.
So they give a plus 5% bonus to climb checks, and then you can also get crampons that also give a plus 5 bonus to climb checks, and together they are cumulative for plus 10. And I'm pretty sure you guys found some like artwork crampons, but I don't remember if you guys kept them.
I think we did. I'm sure it's in the notes.
I'm not sure if it was in the water
It was the water temple, yes.
temple. Okay. I could have sworn there were some people who kept them.
I think so. Friar has them.
Who?
Friar?
Fire? I'm hearing fire.
Friar? Friar?
Oh,
R1
Ryer. Okay.
Although it says there's 5 sets, I'm not sure why you'd still have them all. Maybe I just didn't update it. But that's the best information I have.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It doesn't really matter because I think you have like 125% to climb or something like that.
Yeah, it's really unusual. I fail. It's fine.
Yeah. All right. So end of round, and first up is Matthias.
Looks over to Asher's like, well, just rooting for you again. I'll be ready to catch you if that 1 in a million chance happens again.
He says, I sure hope not. That would be a bad day. And Jim kind of like mutters under his breath because I think he's close enough to hear. He says, kind of like reaching out to your god twice and then not getting a response. And then he like silently like mouths a prayer, like the hair that he's very sorry for the belligerence. He's like, I'm sorry, I'm frustrated. It's not you, and I know it's me.
Anything else for Matthias?
Oh no, I'm good. I'm just getting ready to catch.
Okay. So I'm assuming Asher is going to climb the tree.
Yeah. LETSGO.
So abundant handholds, leather or none, and slightly slippery. And +5 from the Nikode.
If my prior brothers were in football, I know all of the Pee-wee cheers, so don't test me.
So you make it up 10 feet. Again, abundant handholds, leather, slightly slippery, +5. Make it up 20 feet. And again, abundant handholds, leather, slightly slippery, +5. So now you're 30 feet up. Abundant handholds, leather, slightly slippery, +5. 40 feet. Abundant handholds, leather, slightly slippery, +5. Okay, 50 feet, and you get 1,000 experience points because you
Oh, shit,
actually did something. Yeah. And you get up to the nest, and inside there's a whole bunch of platinum.
Okay.
You can see 4 jade stones. They're dark green. And then 3 signet rings of Nomishmek. And they look like they're made of solid jade. So not only do you find jade gems, but you find jade rings. 3 jade rings.
Asher's going to start trying to shove all this in her backpack. She's not going to bother counting it. She'll let everybody help her count it when she gets back to the ground. Which I
Okay.
imagine will take multiple rounds.
You're able to scoop it up with like a half move. So
Cool.
that will be next round. Okay, Tenzi and Company. Michael.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Tendy just watching Asher intently, make sure everything's okay, and that'll be it for us.
All right. Time now is 10:04 p.m. Next up is Matthias. You can see she got all the way up there to the nest, and she's like scooping something into her backpack.
The loot. I'll just, I'm just watching and make sure she's not slipping, and just standing by to make sure that, valuables don't fall.
All right. And Asher, you are able to scoop up all that shit with a half move, which means you're able to move 30 feet down the tree once you're done. So you
We'll
still
do
have
so.
another 20 feet to go. And then Tenzi and Company.
And to come over nearer the tree in case she falls again. And that'll be it.
You can see that her backpack is heavily laden with lumpy stuff. Something bulging. And end of round. First up is Matthias.
And she's still climbing down, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Just says, great job, you're almost there.
Sure kind of
And
laughs and says, "You caught me at a bad moment, but this is what I do."
and that'll be it for me. Just still waiting in case, 1% chance she fails.
Once she checks, she doesn't have to check again. So she gets down safely. And looks like she's got a heavy backpack on. So what does Asher do once you hit the ground?
She'll like look around dramatically and just say, "Guess what, guys?" And she looks at Matthias and gives him like finger guns, and she's like, "Good eye."
Platinum.
And she's gonna dump her backpack out on the ground in front of them.
Mm-hmm.
And then she'll pick up the 4 dark green stones and she'll try to appraise those.
All right, go ahead and roll.
Well, speaking of that, did we divvy out the stuff from the Ankeg?
I forgot to narrate, but yeah, Asher would have given you one of the 3 garnets appraised at 500 GP each. I told Tenzi I was going to, but then I forgot to narrate that I did that.
Gotcha,
All right.
thank you.
So you find that the 4 jade stones are worth 100 GP each. And that the 3 jade signet rings are worth 2,400 GP each.
2,000 how much?
2,400 GP each.
Oh wow.
And they're of obvious gnomish make. And there's art on them carved into the jade depicting gnomish workmen. So probably cutting gems. Like it's literally a ring made of jade that has pictures of gnomes cutting gems.
Autobiographical.
Yeah.
She will share that information, and give one of the what do we call the dark green stones? They were jade.
Yeah. There were 4 dark green jade stones and 3 rings made of jade. Big coincidence.
So she will, yeah, she will hand one of the dark green jade stones each to Tenzi and Matthias, and say, if somebody wants to purchase this, then we can divide it. If not, I can kind of store it, and we can uh, divide it as we get enough. But like, it doesn't divide evenly right now.
Sounds good.
Anyone
I'll
has
just
enough
hold on to mine for
gold to
now.
purchase it.
Or how much was the
Actually, let
dark
me see.
jade?
They're 100 GP each. I'm gonna actually see if any of my henchmen can just buy it, and we can divide it right now.
You haven't counted the platinum yet, but
That's true.
there's quite a hefty pile of platinum on the ground. It was kind of making your backpack bulge.
Okay, yeah. Anatar has kind of been clinking throughout the adventures we walk, and she goes, "Anatar, I need you." And he'll head that direction.
All right.
But each of you will. She'll go give each of you 100 jade already. I'm
A
sorry, she'll give
jade
each of
stone.
you one. Yeah, jade stone.
Yeah. Okay. Tenzi and Company.
Well, while we're looking at loot, Tenzi gets out a pouch and opens it up and kind of pulls it down, holds it in its hand. It has 12 clear, light blue stones. And so maybe you could take a look
Oh,
at these.
nice find you got there.
And that'll be it for us.
Okay. And end of round. Next up is Matthias.
Oh yeah, so I just observing the divvying out of the loots, and just says, hey, yeah, that was a good climb job for you the second time around. How's that make you feel?
Asher says, and you kind of noticed. I try to role play, but definitely you would have seen it over time that Asher is basically never entirely still, except you don't know, but when you can't see her, um, like she's just, and she says, yeah, just, being able to, you know, being able to use my body and to interact with the world, and kind of like I see I see some of my friends, some, Anatar and Karanglor, they seem to like really interact with the world in a way that like is kind of cerebral, and like what they see, and a way, and they touch something that I can't see. Tenzi seems like really, calm, and seems to interact with it in a way that, you know, that I can see in his eyes, but I don't experience. But like I touch it through my body, and so anytime I get to, really test that is very exciting.
That's awesome. I'm happy for you. For us, really, but for you as well. If you need any help counting anything, let me know.
Yeah, go for it.
All right, I'll start counting the platinum then if nobody's done that.
All right. So you count on 100, and there's yet more to count. And next up is Asher.
Asher will look at the 12 clear light blue stones. And Tenzi, I've been labeling these by encounter. Do you remember what you fought to get these so I can say so-and-so encounter?
Well,
Not
technically, I
necessary.
didn't fight anything, but there were some ruffians that were encountered in town.
Ruffian
That
encounter.
ruffian encounter in
Okay, and hang by. Okay, so let me roll appraisal. Oh, I've got the wrong character selected.
Okay. They are zircon. They're clear, pale aqua color,
Okay.
and they're 50 GP each.
And she will tell Tenzi that and hand them back to him and say, 50 GP. Say, yeah, these are worth 50 GP each. Great find. You and Matthias risked your lives for it. Me and my people were uh, on a bit of a side mission at the time, so you guys are entitled to these. And she'll just hand all of them back to him. And she will look at Anatar and hold up the extra jade and explain to him that it's worth 100 GP. Um, and uh, and ask if he's willing to buy it so that we can divide the gold evenly between the primary party members. I don't see why he wouldn't agree to it. Um, so we'll do that, and I'll give each of you 33 gold.
All right, so just to make sure, you handed me 33 gold, and what else did you have?
You should have one garnet that is worth. Let me close this and open
100?
this. Yes, one garnet worth 100, one jade worth 100, and then I handed the zircon to Tenzi, so you can see him for the conclusion of that transaction.
Anything else for Asher and Company?
No, I think that's good.
All right, Tinsy and Company.
I hand Matthias 6 zircons worth 50 gold each, and I give 1 zircon to Asher for doing the appraisal.
Aw, thanks, Tenzi.
Yes, thank you both of you very much.
Okay. Tenzi and Company. Sorry.
Yep. So I divided that up, and then I'll start counting platinum.
All right. So now you're at 200 platinum pieces and counting. And end of round, Matthias.
And I just keep counting the platinum as well.
All right. 300 platinum pieces and counting. Asher and Company.
Alright, 1 second. Getting some notes. Okay. Asher is going to, let's see, she's already, I guess, raised everything that needs to be. She tells the guys, these signet rings are worth a lot, but they'll need to be fenced. I have a contact for that if you guys are comfortable with me hanging on to them for now.
Absolutely, I trust you all the way.
Oh, thanks. So Asher will take possession of those for the time being. And then she and Natar will both count platinum. I guess she'll, let's see. Most of her people are on guard shift. Jim and Karen Glor are studying. Yeah, just her and Natar will count it.
Okay. So you're up to 500 and there's still more. Tenzi.
Tenzi will count.
All right, 600 platinum pieces, and you finish counting. 12 pounds of platinum was in your backpack. Coins weigh 1 pound per 50, as well as gems. They weigh about the same amount as a coin. Anything else for Tenzi and Company?
Nope.
And are we safe to move on through time?
Up to just
Good.
before midnight.
Just before midnight. Okay. Uh, all right. Time now is 11:59 p.m. Matthias.
It is 11 p.m. Yeah, I go back to the campfire.
All right. Asher and Company at 11:59 p.m.
Yeah, just the appropriate people are, just have to check the turnout tracker, but the appropriate people are guarding, other people are studying or praying or hanging out. I we're just carrying on through the night like normal.
Kenzie and Company at 11:59.
And Z goes up to Asheville, and I can't remember the specifics of this, Josh, but um, we he used a limited wish once to change a proficiency. Is that accurate?
Yeah. So you can use a limited wish to change, like respec a proficiency slot. Well, a proficiency. So, because some proficiencies take up more than one slot, and you can, respec it any way you like, as long as it's not like required for your race or your class or kit or whatever. Then, if it is required by your race, class, or kit, it will probably affect either your race, class, or kit. So,
Gotcha.
choose wisely.
Gonna have I have a non-weapon proficiency in Divine Will, and I'm gonna change that to Spellcraft.
On Kenzie?
Yep. Yep.
Okay. Divine Will. That's one of those high-level skills. Find divine. High-level campaigns. Any effect that causes the priest to act according to another's will, including all forms of charm, geese, quest, fear, magic jar, the invading psyche is ejected. Beguiling, command, etc. Each use of this skill, successful or not, reduces the priest's base eminence score by 2 for 1 day. The skill is ineffective when the character's eminence score has been reduced to 0 or less.
Yeah, so I'm trading that out.
Spellcraft. That is a good trade, I think. Because this skill is based on eminence, and eminence is not very dependable.
Nope.
Okay, and normally that spell ages the caster, but the caster is immortal and is thus unaffected. Alright, so that was October the 9th. And let's see. Go back to world maps. Adria. Central. Sintra. Uh-oh. So you guys are still moving at 22, I believe.
Yep, should be. Random encounters, special oriental adventures, temperate forest.
So October. October 4th and 6th, 7th, 8th. Okay, so this is going to be October 10th. $11.85. So on the day of October the 10th, the weather changes to favorable with precipitation, so it's still raining. But it's just not super windy per se. And you guys are skirting the lake for 22 miles during the day. Whoops. Yeah, right about there, actually. Boom, 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 boom. Um, and nothing happens all through the night. So again, October 11, 11:85. Let's see, you make it about let's see. You make it about halfway through the day, so 11 miles. Right about there. And you have an encounter, which we will resolve next session. So I don't want to go too far over Matthias's overload, because I'm sure he's overloading XP right now.
Oh,
Okay, did anyone gain a level? Probably a dumb question. I bet
yes,
Matthias.
I did.
Very nice. Level 5 now?
Yes, sir.
Very nice.
Good level.
So level 5 is where you can teach yourself mastery. Or so, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, if you saved up your weapon slot from level 3.
Oh, you know I.
Yeah. And then the very next level is when you can learn high mastery, but you need a coach to learn high mastery. And I think there's a longsword high master in the party.
There is.
I don't know about grand mastery for longsword though.
No, but we're working on it. Androx gets back. I've got to find out if his people found out anything.
You said I can learn mastery naturally, right? It's just high mastery and higher I need to train.
Yes. Yeah, you can teach yourself all the way up to mastery. And mastery cannot be purchased until level 5, and you essentially have to sacrifice by saving up a weapon slot from level 3 all the way to level 5.
Yes, all right, cool. I will spend a slot.
And mastery, it doesn't do much other than another +2 to hit and +1 to damage. So
You convinced me. I'll take it.
yeah.
And I rolled an 8 on my hit points, so that's pretty.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
And then I think at level 5, that's when you can choose like mace, hammer, or pick or something, maybe. Not for proficiency, but for bonus from your. Where is it? 6th level.
Sorry, what was the question?
Fighter's Handbook, Warrior Kits, and Cavalier. Yeah, at 5th level, he gets +1 to attack rolls with either Horseman's Mace, Horseman's Flail, or Horseman's Pick, his choice from among those he has proficiency with. This goes up +1 every 6 experience levels, so he'll be +2 at 11th level. So it doesn't require you to take proficiency with one of those weapons. And in fact, I think it would be inappropriate for you to have the bonus until you take proficiency with one of those weapons. But the minimum level to get that bonus is 5th level. But I'm assuming you're wanting to save up your weapon slots for your longsword, because you'll have level 5, you can get mastery, level 6, high mastery, and then level 9, grand mastery. You can cross over a non-weapon slot if you want, because you are a warrior, and warriors can do that. They can actually cross over both ways. Weapon to non-weapon. Actually, I think any class can cross over weapon to non-weapon. And then warriors can cross over non-weapon slots to weapon slots if they wish. And the next time you get a non-weapon slot is level 6. Which I'm sure you knew. So if you want to take proficiency with one of those 3 weapons, you can. And then choose one of them for your bonus. Which
Oh yeah,
I
I got a whole map of what I need to do.
yeah. I think you said you wanted to take flail, right? Because it does more damage. I can't
Oh no, I
remember.
was just saying if I did take, but I don't intend to anytime soon, at least.
Yeah. Oh no, I mean of the 3 for purposes of the damage or the to hit bonus. Well, actually, you didn't really say either way, yeah. So I'm gonna write a note in here really quick. You guys get the party still gets another 11 miles of travel through the forest after the 1 p.m. encounter on October 11 AE 5 period. Probably still gets another 11 miles of travel. So I always like to at least try to move the party up to where they have the encounter just in case something happens. Because I've had parties that will just stop moving and camp right where they're at after a big encounter because they're like skinning the creature or something and want to turn it into something, or I don't know, other reasons. But yeah, you still have 11 miles left because this is like exactly halfway through your day of travel. So, man, this token for Jim is so awesome. I'm so glad I found that.
Mhm.
Okay. Any other level ups or anything like that? Any questions, comments, or concerns?
My work schedule should be back to normal. Somebody knock on wood.
Okay.
Oh,
And
hopefully.
I think Shandrak said he would be here next week.
Yeah.
So
My dad has been over the course of a month slowly installing a new HVAC system in my house, which has been a blessing because it's saved us a lot of money.
yeah,
Because he used to do HVAC before his accident, but has been taking up some of the weekends. So hopefully that will not interfere anymore. But work should not.
yeah. Okay. So I went ahead and scheduled our next session for 10 a.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. Eastern, next Sunday as usual. Just the regularly scheduled time. And as far as I know, it should be a full house other than Dante. Right after the session, I'm going to check and make sure that Dante's still pledging. So as long as he pledges, that slot is his. So I'll keep his character right here, you know, on the landing page until there comes such a time where he no longer pledges. Hopefully, I mean, it's past the spring. He said he was going to be back in the spring. Hopefully he comes back soon, because I really,
I know that. I know in the beginning of August is when he takes his holiday.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah,
it might be a bit yet.
I really want his character back because he's missing out on a lot of really good spells and stuff. Particularly since Ryer learned read magic. I think he can just pay Ryer like 1,000 gold and, you know, learn it from him, because it's a level 1 spell. Spells, when you pay an NPC to learn one of their spells, they charge 1,000 GP per spell level. So he could just pay Ryer 1,000 GP and learn read magic and be able to get a whole bunch of, you know, important spells for his bard class, because he's part bard. I think he was bard first, and now he is a cleric mage or something. And as soon as he dual classed, as soon as he surpasses his bard level, he will be able to fill those slots with spells once again. So, but yeah, hopefully he comes back soon. It's been a long time. I miss having him. So, all right. For our viewers, thank you very much for watching. Please like, share, and subscribe. We went an hour long today because, you know, I owe still owe the group I think several hours from I think there was a session that I missed a while back, and then also some on half the Sundays I end the session half an hour early to take my girlfriend to work. So I've been trying to play long sessions as much as possible. So today we had a 6-hour session instead of 5. Next weekend I will be taking my girlfriend to work, so we'll have to end half an hour early for that. And then, you know, play along hopefully again the next week. And then if you like who we are and like what we do, we have links below. If you're watching us live on Twitch, there's a link to our Patreon, our PayPal, our Discord. There's a link to the join game forum for this game if you want to play with us. And then there should also be a link somewhere to the Prime Gaming. On the right side of the screen, there's the Prime Gaming benefits reminder. It's shaped like a little purple crown. And what that does is if you're a subscriber of Amazon Prime and your Amazon Prime email is the same as your Twitch email, then the two accounts, I think, automatically are linked. They might have a way to link accounts now if you have two different emails, you know, one for each account. You might be able to link your Twitch account with your Amazon Prime account if you have different emails now. I haven't looked into it because I don't have Amazon Prime. So, but Amazon Prime allows you to subscribe to one Twitch channel for free every month at tier 1 level. And that helps out our channel immensely. Those subscriptions are really great for the channel, for, for everything, for our income and our views and all that stuff, for our stats. So, please, if you have Amazon Prime, consider using your Prime Gaming benefit and subbing to our channel. And then also, there should be a link somewhere to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. So I like to always have a link to a charity available. And our current goal is $100 to St. Jude Children's Research. And we're currently at 15 of 100. Oh, nice. Thank you, Nomkinator, for resubbing with Prime. Appreciate that very, very much. Nice. Thank you. And as soon as we get to $100 on St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, I'm going to switch the charity back to the Wounded Warrior Project. We did really well, really quickly with the Wounded Warrior Project. I think I set the goal to $5, and within like a couple of weeks, we were up to like $75. Like, we went way over our goal. So I'll probably reinstate that as our charity once this goal is met. So look forward to that. And then hopefully we can raid into another channel. And if our viewers would like an extra 200 or so channel points, they can come along with us. Looks like Lord Gosumba is streaming right now, so it's kind of rare that he is streaming during the end of one of our sessions. So we're going to raid into Lord Gosumba's channel. And like I said, if you hold on and raid with us, you'll get some extra channel points. And I think it's 200. All right, here we go into the Lord Gosumba channel. Bye-bye.
Have the
Okay.
best dagger wielder